Today, we are at Calico Ghost Town celebrating California Days.
California Days is a 2-day festival that we have every year at Calico, and it's to represent the history of California and the significance of Calico Ghost Town.
We have a ton of activities that celebrate the history of California.
The best thing I love about Calico is that it's about living history. And we're here to show you what it would have been like living in town during this time.
Calico is very important to the country and to San Bernardino County because it was the largest silver strike in California. So it really put San Bernardino on the map. A lot of money came out of here and a lot of very wealthy people made a lot of money here.
The miners, people forget, were the young soldiers coming out from the Civil War to find their fortunes. Because Calico was so isolated, this was the schoolhouse that everybody came to.
People here were resilient, lived through scorching summers and freezing winters. You had to be a pretty tough cookie. Walter Knott saved this town by buying it in 1951. It was completely going to pot because it wasn't a valid mining town anymore. But he had worked here years before and fell in love with it, as a lot of people that are associated with Calico do.
We want people to know their history and know how important it is and where our roots are.
It's exciting to be able to go back in time. A lot of places no longer exist like this.
There's so much for the entire family to do. A lot of music, we have food, we have drink, and just a lot of people and character. We have the gunfights.
It's important for the community to stay in touch with their history, to know what California's been through, especially San Bernardino. It just brings the community together.
This is a part of our history.
Something magical about this place, it really is.
We're actually out here. We're showing you a chance to experience it for yourself.
I would say if you're free for the weekend, you can come out, get some good food, meet some good people, and learn something.
During a major disaster, staying informed is crucial. Sign up for the San Bernardino County Telephone Emergency Notification System, TENS, to receive emergency alerts for your area. TENS alerts are sent via phone and text, providing you with critical updates such as evacuation warnings and orders. Simply register with a valid San Bernardino County address. Don't wait until it's too late. Register now at oes.sbcounty.gov. Connect with us, stay prepared, stay informed.
Do you own a property in San Bernardino County? You may be owed a property tax refund. To find out if you have a refund, please visit the ATC website at sbcountyatc.gov. On the left side of the website, click Unclaimed Tax Refund Search. You can search for an unclaimed property tax refund by parcel number or street address. For example, if your address is 123 Palm Street, only enter 123 Palm in the search bar. There is no need to enter street, avenue, lane, or any other portion of your address. If you have an unclaimed refund, the bill number, parcel number, situs address, refund amount, and a link to the form will appear on screen. If you don't have a refund, you'll be notified of that as well. To request a claim form, click Form on the left-hand side of the screen, and the refund information will show on the next screen. If the mailing address is correct, click Yes and enter your name, email address, and phone number. If the mailing address is not correct, click No and complete the form, including where you want the form to be mailed. Your request will be processed in the order it was received, and the appropriate claim form will be mailed to the address provided. If you have any questions, please call 909-382-3090.
Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid. It's being made in somebody's garage or their home, not controlled. It's 50 times more powerful than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine.
Stop the Void is a California nonprofit corporation dedicated to educating and raising awareness in our communities about the scourge of fentanyl. We started this organization because I lost my own son, Daniel Puerta, who was only 16 and a half years old when he passed away due to fentanyl poisoning. Due to the stigma of addiction and overdose, most parents feel that this could never happen to them. And I'm truly sorry, but it can.
San Bernardino County started with the Fentanyl Doesn't Care, But We Do campaign. Fentanyl doesn't care if you're a mother, a father, a son, a daughter, a coworker, a friend. It just doesn't care. But we do in the county of San Bernardino, and that's why we've created this campaign to bring awareness to the community.
San Bernardino County and Stop the Void have partnered together. Come to San Bernardino County website, Department of Behavioral Health, look at all the resources that they have, and make sure that you speak to your children. Numbers just came out for 2022, and it's north of 109,800 drug deaths in the United States. Roughly 77% of all of those drug deaths were due to fentanyl. This is why this message and this campaign is so important. If you think that it can't happen to you, think twice.
Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. I would also like to acknowledge our High Desert and Joshua Tree video conferencing sites and announce that there is a new location for the Joshua Tree site and that it has changed. It is now located in the Joshua Tree Community Center, which is located at 6171 Sunburst Avenue in Joshua Tree. And thank you all for joining us. Additionally, we have staff in the lobby here in San Bernardino that can help any member of the public who has a question related to item number 71, which is our solid waste handling franchise agreement and the Proposition 218 hearing. So now we will be led in our pledge and our invocation by the 1st District.
Thank you very much. Today we are honored to have as our speaker, President Mark Lacey. And President Mark Lacey and his wife have lived in San Bernardino County for over 30 years. They raised their 5 children in the high desert. In September 2024, President Lacey was called as the new stake president for the Apple Valley, California stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. As stake president, he has the opportunity to be the religious leader for their members in Apple Valley, Lucerne Valley, and Big Bear. This is traditionally a 9-year calling. He also serves as the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services for the Silver Valley Unified School District. So I am going to ask our distinguished guest to do the honors and lead with the invocation and pledge of allegiance. And thank you again for being with us.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. Our Heavenly Father, we come before Thee at the beginning of this board meeting, and we pray that Thou would bless those in charge. Bless the supervisors as they do the business of the people, that they might be guided and directed by Thee to make decisions that would be most beneficial for those that they serve. We are grateful for their service. We pray for their safety and for their protection as they lead and guide. Father, at this time, as there is upheaval and uncertainty throughout the nation and the world, we pray for leaders that they would make good decisions, and we pray for civility among the people. We are grateful for this free country that we live in, grateful to be here, grateful for those who serve and give their time to help us to have a better way of life. Father, we are grateful again for all of the blessings that we enjoy, especially living in this country and in this area. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our memorial adjournments. Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have 2 endured memories. The first one is Ronald Lee Brewington of Highland. We also remember Ronald Brewington. Ron was a former PCO for San Bernardino County Probation Department. He worked in Central Juvenile Hall, Camp Hart Bar, Regional Youth Education Facility, and Gateway for over 30 years. He attended USC, where he played football, and he pursued a short career in the NFL. Ron was a resident of the city of Highland at his time of passing. He and his wife, Kathy Brewington, were about to celebrate 40 years of marriage this month. So our condolences go out to Ron Brewington. And I knew Ron personally because when I spent my time as a probation officer in San Bernardino County back in the 90s, I worked in juvenile investigations, and I used to go and visit, many of the units in juvenile hall, and he was there. He was very respected amongst his colleagues. He was respected among all the staff, but also respected amongst all the minors that were there at juvenile hall. He did a tremendous job, serving our county as a probation officer. So our heart goes out to Mr. Ronald Lee Brewington. The second one is Frank Acosta of Colton. We're saddened to hear that Frank Acosta, a longtime resident of the city of Colton, passed away. Frank was a remarkable and beloved teacher in the Colton Joint Unified School District. He taught Spanish, English, bilingual language arts, and math for over 41 years. As a matter of fact, they named the multipurpose room at Colton Middle School after him. Throughout his extraordinary career, in addition to teaching, he served numerous advisory roles with the National Junior Honor Society, AVID, Inland Empire Future Business Leaders of America, Project Upbeat, and Photography Club, School Site Council, and many, many others. He was the official Colton Middle School historian, and he also, one of the things that was not listed is he ran the DJ club, so he used to spend a lot of time with kids, and the kids really loved him at the school. And he was a former colleague of mine. As a matter of fact, my first year teaching, we worked together, and he was just a great man, well respected in the Colton community and by all the kids. And generations of family of Colton residents have been touched by Frank's devotion to serving our kids and will be sorely missed. I send my heartfelt condolences to the entire Acosta family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Armendariz. Supervisor Cook.
I have nothing.
Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I'd like to ask to adjourn a memory for retired Judge Raymond Youngquist. He passed away on March 30th at home beside his loved wife, Alice, for 68 years. He enlisted in the U.S. Air Force at 17, achieving the Staff Sergeant, and served in England. He received his bachelor's degree from Cal State LA. Then he served as LA County Sheriff's Department deputy while attending graduating school from USC Law. He served as LA County Deputy DA, then in private practice for many years. Then he also served as Chino's Superior Court Judge for over 15 years. Our thoughts and prayers with their family.
Thank you very much. I would like to adjourn in memory this morning of our county employee, Michael Candelaria, who worked in the purchasing department. Michael's dedication to his work was evident in his willingness to speak up and advocate for improvements in the procurement processes and always staying involved and striving for excellence. And his position and his role showed his commitment to his colleagues, and he left a lasting impact on his department. His wife was also, or currently is, a county employee, and we are keeping their entire family in our thoughts. And with that, we have one special presentation this morning, so if my employees can join me in the well. If my colleagues.
Yes, boss.
As it was coming out, it didn't sound right.
Get no respect, right?
Maybe I should just let the vice chair take over from here on out. I would like to ask Maria Jose Alba to please join us. Good morning. That's a lot of pins. Congratulations. This morning, I would like to present a resolution in honor of Maria Jose Alba, who is retiring after 26 years of service to the county. Maria began her career in 1998 as the fiscal clerk. She later was promoted to fiscal specialist, where she trained new employees on payroll and onboarding responsibilities. She then moved to Information Technology and Support Division, where she assisted Financial and Administration Services team. Thank you very much for your dedication to all of our employees and our residents, and we wish you excitement and happiness in retirement. For all the years of service.
Thank you.
We'll take some pictures, and then you can say a few words if you'd like. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with County of San Bernardino for 26 years, 5 months to the dot. A long, long time. My daughter was only 5 months old, and now she's also a county worker. I want to thank my coworkers, my supervisor, prior and current, for being here, ITSD personnel, and my family, my son and my daughter. My other son couldn't make it. He's in jury duty, civil duty. And all the other gentlemen that are here from other departments. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Board of Supervisors and Mr. Snoke. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Would you like to bring your family up for photos? Can we have the family join us for photos, please? All right, we will move on to our reports from County Council. Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board of Supervisors voted 5-0 in closed session to file a lawsuit. Once the lawsuit has been filed, the nature of the lawsuit, the defendants, and the other particulars shall be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the county's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And reports from Luther, our CEO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to report that the county has initiated 2 significant contracts with Donkeyland effective April 1st, 2025. These contracts were authorized and processed through the county purchasing department. First is a non-financial contract that provides rescue and relocation services for injured, sick, orphaned, or high-risk burros. And this ensures lifelong care at Donkeyland Sanctuary for those unable to return to the wild. Then the second contract funds the sterilization of 100 male burros within 1 year, supporting humane population management and community safety. So these partnerships reflect our commitment to local, compassionate, and community-focused solutions for managing the wild burro population in San Bernardino County. And our residents and visitors are encouraged to learn more about the county's wild burro program on our county's animal care website. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our individual board member comments. Vice Chair Baca.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to give opening remarks at the Continuum of Care Full Board membership meeting, and this is to address homelessness. And one of the things I want to thank the Office of Homeless Services for doing is really try to build up community input and really try to build this system up to have providers in each one of our regions provide input, and then have a body that could continue to screen and screen items and give recommendations to the ICH board. So this was a great opportunity to continue to build up our homeless issues and address them in our county. The other thing is really want to thank our San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department for doing a great job for the operation they performed in the Rosina Ranch, Lytle Creek, and North Rialto community, administering warrants and making sure that there's compliance checks for parole violations. I want to thank you for the great work you're doing to keep our community safe, so thank you so much. Also, with the Bloomington MAC. Want to congratulate the new Bloomington MAC members. We have a couple new members to the MAC board. We actually did a community swearing in, and they had their first meeting last week, and really want to thank them for their participation. And then also coming up, we're having our Earth Day cleanup in conjunction with Public Works and also code enforcement. We're going to be having it on April 26th in Muscoy and Bloomington community. Do everything we can to try to keep our community clean and provide people the opportunity to dump. And then also just yesterday, along with my colleague Supervisor Armendariz, who gave great remarks yesterday, we had the 10th annual National Crime Victims' Right Week Memorial. I want to thank our DA, Jason Anderson, for hosting that, along with Florida Alarcon from the Bureau of Victim Services, and continue to remember our victims. And I think that's just, it's an important thing, and we had a full board resolution from the entire Board of Supervisors to present to the DA. So thank you for your good work. I just want to highlight 2 items from the agenda. Item 62 is the Bloomington Sewer Expansion Project. This is the $6.5 million that the Board of Supervisors is receiving from SCAG to do infrastructure within the Bloomington community. And really want to give a shout out to my colleague, Supervisor Hagman. This money was threatened to be taken by the governor. I know that Supervisor Hagman went to Sacramento to lobby our legislators and the governor to ensure that this money was reinstated to the county of San Bernardino. So thank you, Supervisor Hagman. And the last item is item 63. We're investing about $660,000 in some shade structures at our park, at Ayala Park in the Bloomington community. This is a board discretionary money to make sure we continue to invest to improve our parks in the Bloomington community. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Armendariz.
Thank you. We attended the Upland State of the City, got to see some familiar faces, attended with my colleague here, Supervisor Hagman. It was an incredible event, great food, great networking opportunity. We also had our community event in Rancho Cucamonga. We had over 50 people attend, where they came out and just talked to us. I want to thank Balboa City for hosting the event, and find out that the owners were actually 3 young women who are Latinas who want to start their own business because they are just wanting to be entrepreneurs and lead their own path, so it's great to support them. We also had our pet adoption event in Fontana and Upland. We had a total of 4 furry animals adopted. So if you didn't know, the entire month of April, if you're a resident of the 2nd District, you can actually adopt a pet from the county facilities, and the 2nd District is going to cover that cost for you. I want to thank our county animal services for partnering with us. And also, we had our first ever Youth Advisory Council meeting. I was absolutely blown away at the amount of talented kids that actually showed up to our event. Some of these kids are going to Ivy League schools like Harvard and Stanford. Most of them, and I literally mean most of them, have their own businesses already in high school or nonprofits. And what was amazing to hear is these kids are focusing on mental health, which was very warming to my heart. I want to also take a moment to thank the Mayor of Fontana, Aquanetta Warren, and our County Assessor, Josie Gonzalez, for speaking at our little program. Also, we hosted a sidewalk vending workshop in Upland, where we gave an opportunity for public health to actually work with those sidewalk vendors and let them know what the rules are for compliance if they want to be successful sidewalk vendors in the County of San Bernardino. We attended Shoes That Fit ribbon cutting. We also attended the 26th annual Shine Your Light on child abuse. Had an opportunity to recognize some great individuals. Also, the Mars Cerner, who was a Fontana Unified School District board member, received the Lifetime Achievement Award. Mars is a great man, does great work, and I was really glad that we were able to attend that and show support for him. Also attended the Behavioral Health Commission meeting that I was appointed to. I want to let you know, Chairwoman Rowe, we had a great meeting. We were able to establish guidelines to run the meeting more effectively and efficiently. We had Alex Madison, running back for the Miami Dolphins, show up and give a presentation letting know he wants to partner with us on some stuff. So we are making strides in that Behavioral Health Commission. Also, we had a community cleanup in San Antonio Heights, and we did a tour of Confire. And last but not least, join us for our Real Reality Fentanyl Awareness Campaign debut. It'll be on April 12th from 11 to noon at AMC Victoria Gardens if you want to see those videos that these young people made. They're really, really good, very impactful, and hopefully they're going to change some lives. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Cook. Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick updates. One, SCAG just recently partnered with South Coast AQMD and received $51.5 million in grants to support businesses in purchasing medium Class 4 and Class 5 delivery vehicles, electric vehicles. We're also seeking projects to reduce congestion, improve air quality with over $1.2 billion available for the region. And it's all on the SCAG website. So I'm hoping our county staff look at that as well. Ontario, move on Ontario Airport. Ontario wins American Advertising Federation Award, and so we want to congratulate that team. And a couple of quick events coming up this month. From Thursday, 8:68 p.m. at the Harkins Theater in Chino Hills, we'll be screening the student films submitted by students in the district on the dangers of fentanyl. So if you're interested, contact my office for further details. And upcoming on May 21st, the annual district open house, where we have a lot of different county departments coming to be there to provide different services. And that's at our district office in Chino Hills at the Chino Hills City Hall. And then lastly, congratulations to Hasco Stores in Montclair for being the distinguished business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lina, are there any revisions or additions to today's agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, we have two changes today. Item number 49 is being taken off calendar, and item number 73 on the discussion calendar will be taken off calendar at that time. Those are all the changes I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If a board member has a conflict of interest to disclose on any items on today's agenda, please do so now. All right, we will move on to our consent calendar, which today consists of items 2 through 70. I have two requests to speak. Mr. Pazant, followed by Nathan Stewart. And while Mr. Bazan is making his way up, do we have any board members wishing to pull an item for discussion? Nope. All right. Good morning, Garth.
Good morning, Chair Rao and the Honorable Board of Supervisors. Item 2, adoption of recognitions, resolutions, and proclamations. Adopt proclamation proclaiming every fourth Saturday of April and October as National Prescription Drug Take Back Day through the year 2030. All you pharmacists, run to the hills. Jehovah has passed judgment on you. You have murdered millions. The national and international authorities will pursue you until you are no more.
Thank you very much. Nathan Stewart.
Is it on? Oh. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nathan Stewart, and I'm a 13-year San Bernardino County resident and am the community program manager here at the Inland Empire Tech Bridge. It is a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank you all for your commitment to seeing our communities and our region thrive. Each and every day, you and your staff do what's best for our residents and continue to put them first. I'm grateful to live in a community led by such an amazing group of individuals who are committed to seeing our region thrive. For those of you not familiar with the Tech Bridges, they're a doorway for startups, small businesses, and academics to collaborate on innovative technology solutions similar, primarily for sailors and Marines, but for private industry as well. Currently, there are 18 of them around the globe, including London and Japan, and by operating off base and engaging directly in our communities, Tech Bridges provide the connections and expertise necessary for non-traditional organizations to access and thrive within the naval innovation ecosystem. The Inland Empire Tech Bridge is based in Norco and supports the command's mission set of data analytics, network data environments, measurement science and calibration, and range systems engineering. Additionally, we offer innovation accelerator programs, networking events and workshops, and government proposal consulting services, all free of charge to our region's entrepreneurs, small businesses, and innovators. One of our most successful programs is the Inland Empire Apex Accelerator, which provides free services to clients and helps identify compete for, and win government contracts through teaching, mentoring, and coaching. From 2019 to 2024, the Inland Empire Apex Accelerator has had 1,661 unique clients, with 288 being businesses owned by disabled veterans, 282 owned by women, and 119 owned by veterans. The Apex has helped these businesses secure 30,755 contracts totaling over $5 billion in awards. The Inland Empire is a special place. If we include both the San Bernardino, Riverside counties, it is geographically larger than 10 states and has a population larger than 25 other states. Southern California is also home to 80% of the United States military, and we have an excellent network of world-class universities and community college systems, including UCR, Cal State San Bernardino, RCC, and Chaffey College. One of our greatest strengths here in the Inland Empire is the diversity of our people, ideas, and our outstanding network of quality academic institutions. And our region is not short of ambition or ideas, and one day will be recognized as one of the world's leading centers for technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial opportunity. I wanted to thank the board and everyone in here for your support in recognizing April as Innovation Month. So thank you guys for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the last request to speak that I have. Do I have a motion on our consent calendar? Second. Thank you, Vice Chair. And for the second, Supervisor Hagman. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, the consent calendar is approved.
Very well. And that brings us to item number 71. We will now open the public hearing for the item 71 is a public hearing pursuant to Proposition 218 and amendments to solid waste handling franchise agreements being presented by Noel Castillo. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Rao, board members. As mentioned, the item before you today is we're here for the 218 process to request to allow the continued use of current rate adjustment methodology. Next slide. The public hearing today is to amend 3 solid waste handling franchise agreements. The hearing will fulfill the notice process required under Proposition 218, proposing to extend the continued use of the current cost of living adjustment methodology in 2 county franchise areas. The third amendment for Franchise Area 16 franchise agreement would allow the grantee to subcontract services and does not require Proposition 218 notice to be mailed out. Next. The county has a contractual obligation with franchise haulers to adjust waste hauling rates annually based on a specific methodology. Under Proposition 218, a public hearing is required for approval of the rate adjustment methodology at least once every 5 years. We're renewing the existing methodology for franchise areas 17 and 21 to calculate the annual cost of living adjustments for a period from July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2029. This methodology was previously approved on June 9th, 2020 and expired on July 1st, 2024. We will not change the existing methodology, which uses specific cost indices to ensure rates accurately reflect service costs. Pursuant to the Proposition 218 requirements, notices were mailed out to each owner-resident in franchise areas 17 and 21 on or before February 21st, 2025, explaining the renewal of the annual rate adjustment methodology, presenting new rates effective July 1st, 2025, and giving each owner-resident at least 45 days to submit a written protest of the recommended action. And as of last Friday, we were not aware of any protests being filed. Next slide. Beginning July 2023, solid waste collection services in Franchise Area 16 changed significantly due to California Senate Bill 1383. Mountain Disposal, the franchise waste hauler for Franchise 16, services 3 zones. Zone A in orange, which must fully comply with the bill, zones B and C in green, which have waivers for some requirements. To optimize efficiency, Mountain Disposal may subcontract collection services for Zone A to Advanced Disposal, the franchise hauler for the nearby Franchise 18 area to the north. Next slide. So next steps. The customers in Franchise 16A zone will not experience an increase in their bills. as they will continue to be billed the same rates by Mountain Disposal. Collection services by subcontracted hauler may start as early as July 2025, pending county consent. The franchise hauler must obtain consent from the Director of the Department of Public Works before subcontracting provided to the county with a copy of the subcontractor agreement. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? I do not believe I have any requests to speak on this item,
We do not.
so I will close the public hearing. I have a motion from Supervisor Hagman and a second by Vice Chair Baca. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 71 is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 72 is the appeal of Planning Commission approval of the Lovemore Ranch subdivision. Linda, would you please read the order of proceedings?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is an appeal of a Planning Commission action to approve project number PROJ-2021-00169, consisting of tentative tract map number 20443 to subdivide a vacant 18.49 acre parcel into 64 single-family residential lots in the Joshua Tree community. The appellant is Morongo Basin Conservation Association, and the applicant is Lovemore Investments LLC. The order of proceedings on this matter will be as follows. The chair will open the hearing. Mark Wardlaw, Director of Land Use Services, will make the staff presentation. The representative for the appellant, Steve Bardwell, will have the opportunity to make a 15-minute presentation. Then the representatives for the applicant, Axel Kramer and Mauricio Espinoza, will also have 15 minutes for their presentation. Following the presentations, the board will take public comment. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. In the interest of time, speakers are asked to avoid redundant testimony. When public comment testimony has concluded, the applicant and then the appellant will each have 5 minutes to present closing remarks. Mark Wardlaw will be available to offer comments and respond to any questions raised by the board, and at that point, the chair will close the public hearing and bring the matter back to the board for discussion and action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to you, Mark.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Mark Wardlaw, Director of Land Use Services, and I'm here with Elena Berrigan, our senior planner who has staffed this project. This item is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the tentative tract map for the proposed Lovemore Ranch project. The applicant, as you've heard, is Axel Kramer. He's here today. The appeal was filed by the Morongo Basin Conservation Association, referred to hereafter as the appellant. Next slide. On January 23rd, 2025, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing to consider the tentative map 2443 to subdivide 18.49 acres into a 64 single-family residential lot subdivision with 3 lettered lots. This included a mitigated negative declaration in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. 4 members of the public spoke in favor of the proposal. The Planning Commission considered and approved the project by a vote of 3-0 with 2 members absent. On February 3rd, 2025, staff received an appeal request filed by the appellant. The project site is located in the community of Joshua Tree, 1 mile south of 29 Palms. Joshua Tree National Park is shown in this slide by the area in green. The red star shows the entrance to the park. The general plan designation for the project site is low-density residential land use category, which allows a density range between 2 to 5 units per acre. The general plan was adopted in October of 2020. However, the comprehensive zoning update has not been completed, creating potential inconsistencies with general plan and development code. Board policy allows either designation to be used. In this case, the zoning would allow a higher density than the general plan. The applicant has chosen the lower density option to develop consistent with the general plan. The project site is also within the RS single residential zoning district, shown here in light orange. The minimum lot size for the RS zone is 7,200 square feet. An application for a tentative tract map is typically reviewed and approved by the Land Use Services Director in an administrative action. However, after receiving significant comments from surrounding neighbors, this decision was elevated to the Planning Commission. These slides show the context of the site. project looking north on Alta Roma Drive and east on Hillview Drive. The site has native vegetation, including western Joshua trees, Parrish's daisy, and creosote. The applicant's first application proposed to subdivide the site to create 75 single-family residential lots. The applicant revised the project to reduce the density to a 64 single-family lot subdivision, with lots ranging in size from 7,200 to 13,060 square feet. The project also includes 3 lettered lots. Lot A is a 22,651 square foot parcel containing a wastewater treatment system, on-site resident services, staff quarters, and communal utilities. Lot B is a 2.23 acre parcel in the center of the development containing an open space area, recreation space, and pool. And Lot C contains private roads and utilities. The project is consistent with both the general plan and the development code standards that apply. It meets a number of different policies ranging from land use policy 2.1 to transportation and emergency access 1.8. The development code is met by on-site parking, setback requirements, as well as height requirements. The project is also subject to the Housing Accountability Act. Housing Accountability Act requires that if a project is market rate or affordable and it complies with the applicable objective general plan and development code standards, then new subdivision is required to be approved unless findings can be made by the board identifying significant impacts if they were approved. In addition to the general plan and development code analysis, staff conducted a community compatibility analysis of the site and the surrounding neighborhood context. This site shows the aerial photo, and the site outlined in red is relatively flat without unusual topography that would result in recommendations for a different project design. We also evaluated lot and street pattern of the existing area and the proposed project. This to help identify if it was consistent in lot size and the configuration of streets. This shows the historical subdivision and street patterns. We found the project to be similar to the surrounding areas, which have been established since the 1950s. Staff also evaluated the surrounding building pattern. The slide on your left shows the configuration of buildings within the area, and the site outlined in red shows the proposed configuration. This building pattern, and then the slide on the right shows a 3D massing model. Staff found the project to be consistent with the form and pattern of the surrounding neighborhood. An initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared and circulated to comply with the CEQA mandated 30-day public review and comment period. We received 1 comment. The mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program includes measures to reduce the potential impacts of the project to a level below significance for the following. Biological resources. Pre-construction surveys are required for burrowing owls, desert tortoise, and nesting birds. A take permit will be required for the removal of any western Joshua tree, and a stream bed alteration permit will be required prior to the issuance of any grading permit. Cultural resources. A survey will be required related to the discovery of artifacts or human remains, respectively. A qualified paleontologist monitor will be required to be on site regarding soils and geology. And then finally, a qualified Native American tribal monitor approved by the Morongo Band of Indians will be required to be on site. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the 23rd of January to consider the project. 3 members of the public provided comments pertaining to the development, and the project has been designed to be consistent with the countywide plan and development code for the approval of the tentative track map. With a vote of 302, With 2 commissioners absent, the commission approved the project as proposed, including the tentative track map, project findings, the mitigated negative declaration, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. On February 3rd, 2025, the appellant filed an appeal of the project, and their overall concerns are grouped into 4 main headings: omission of public comments submitted in response to public notices, Planning Commission attendance and ex parte communications, improper noticing of the initial study and notice of hearing, and general plan and development code consistency. In response to the first group, all comment letters on the project that have been received by the county are included in the board agenda material for this item. During the Planning Commission hearing, we failed to notice 4 members of the public who we believe asked to be provided with written mailed notice of the project. This board hearing corrects that error. The appellant also states that the absence of the planning commissioner appointed by the 3rd District was material to the decision. At the January 23rd, 2025 public hearing, the Planning Commission had a quorum and was able to hold the public hearing and vote. The attendance of all members or select members for an item is not required. In terms of ex parte communications, those that are disclosed prior to a hearing do not raise a due process concern. The commissioners at that hearing made the necessary disclosures. The notice of intent for the initial study and the notice hearing. The notices were not received by parties registered for notifications. Project notices should have been provided to all commenters, and the Bob Burke Joshua Tree Government Center's availability should have been noticed. Those were the concerns regarding public notice. In response, the comment letters received by the appellant do not identify a request to be notified of public hearings or environmental actions. The code requires that we receive written notification and a request to receive that written notification. When we are contacted by email, that does not meet the standard for the development code requirement to receive that notice. So registration to receive email updates on the county's environmental website does not constitute a written request to receive CEQA or public hearing notice. The submission of comments in response to project notices does not constitute a request for future project notice unless the commenter expressly indicates a request for future notice as part of a comment letter. And then finally, the public hearing notice provided all required content. There is no requirement in the code to provide notice on social media or radio, and that is not the practice of the county for public hearings. Finally, in terms of project consistency, the project density of 3.5 dwelling units per acre is consistent with the low-density residential categorization in the general plan. Evaluation of the proposed project demonstrates its consistency with the general plan and the development code. The mitigated negative declaration establishes the mitigation measures related to biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and tribal resources that reduce impacts to less than significant. An errata has been prepared to clarify the hydrology section of the initial study to reflect that there is an on-site detention facility and outflows onto Sunset Road from the project site will not exceed the historic surface flows. Amenities are being obtained concurrently within the TTM by the project itself. Parcels less than 2 acres may apply for a maximum of 1 short-term rental unit. And then finally, the project is subject to and is consistent with the Housing Accountability Act. That concludes our summary presentation. We're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I believe next we hear from the appellant. Is that correct? Okay. Good morning. I believe you have 15 minutes. Our clerk has just stepped away. Are you at it? Okay. Whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Nelson. Good morning, Supervisors. I am Steve Bardwell, the President of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association. There was inconsiderate and inadequate public notification during the review process. This is not advancing. Please adjust our time. There was inconsiderate and inadequate public notification during the review process. The project record given to the Planning Commission was incomplete and did not include substantive information that was first revealed last Friday. MBCA submitted 2 substantive comment letters in 2022 and 2024. These letters and other comment letters from the community were not included in the staff report. MBCA's August 2024 letter repeatedly requests clarity and notification of the CEQA process. Requests to the county for notification through the county's website did not result in any notification of the initial study comment period, nor the Planning Commission hearing. 85 people, including Land Use Services staff, attended the developer's public meeting in August 2024. The vast majority were against the project. These 85 people were not at the Bob Burke Center because it was not open for public comment on January 23rd. This fact was misrepresented to the Planning Commission during the hearing. We did due diligence in requesting confirmation if the building was open and have received nothing beyond we could not ascertain, and we are looking into it. These actions show great disrespect to the community and to the planning commissioners and directly impacted the decision. From the recording of the Planning Commission hearing, we can see Chair Weldy. I'd like to provide a special welcome. My understanding is that we're using a remote today. So we have people joining us from the Bob Burke Center in Joshua Tree. I can't see you yet, but welcome to the process. Weldy here saying, trolling around for additional comments. What's happening here? There we go. Trolling around here for additional comments. Do we hear anything from Joshua Tree? All right, well, my conscience is clear. From Commissioner Gongora, the fact that I'm not seeing any comments today from our friends out in Joshua Tree is a huge message, and I'm going to make a motion to approve. The developer went to the county in 2020 where they were planned for 31 lots. These half-acre plus lots would have been in the ballpark of being acceptable to the community. We were informed by the developer and the county planner that the county would only accept a denser project, so the project was revised. The county has no standing to demand a minimum density. The county misled the developer. This has harmed both the developer and the community. The county's development code, table 82-9C, residential land use zoning district development standards for the desert region, was left out of the staff report for this project. Per this table, there is no minimum density required for the RS zoning, and the maximum density is 4 units per acre. There is an inconsistency here between the general plan policies for low density in Joshua Tree and the land use category and the zoning. There is no county policy that prevents this development from becoming a 64-unit short-term rental resort. We believe the county remains deficient in removing STRs from the housing element, annual progress reports, as is required. We do not accept that the Program 4 housing study fulfilled its requirements. These deficiencies mean the county's housing element is out of compliance. We agree with the conclusion of the CEQA lawyer engaged by the Joshua Tree Village neighbors. The initial study violates CEQA because it does not include a stable and consistent description of the project. The county cannot have confidence in approving this project since there is no comprehensive project description nor accurate initial study. CEQA requires review of the entirety of the project, not a piecemeal approval. This is covered well in the lawyer's letters. We do not accept the county's assertion that the required CUPs are rolled into the project approval. The county has not reviewed the wastewater treatment facility or the recreation facilities in any detail. Further confusion, this 2024 permit application for Lovemore Ranch Phase 1 for a 2-story residence with an attached ADU. An ADU too? What? With the legal findings that you are being asked to approve today, we found the inconsistencies, especially surrounding the wastewater treatment facility. Finding number 6 claims it is tentatively approved. Yet in finding number 8, it reports the facility is approved. We have confirmation from the County Environmental Health Services, the Water Quality Control Board, the Joshua Basin Water District, that minimal contact has occurred with the developer and there are no approvals. Finding number 8 is factually incorrect. There is further confusion in finding number 8. If the project is for 64 lots or 64 dwelling units, is it for 112 plus dwelling units? Does this include ADUs? Finding number 8 states the developer has applied to establish 64 dwelling units. For how many units is the wastewater treatment facility sized? We do not know because there is no there. This project will require complete grading of the site. With the 60-foot slope down the site, we do not believe any area will be able to remain intact. 60,000 cubic yards of grading is clear, cutting every plant, root system, every animal burrow, and every anthill, creating potential dust and creating harm to the surrounding community. Imagine 6,000 concrete trucks full of dirt. That is the amount they are moving around the site. Yet the developer touts this as a sustainable project. The initial study and the review of this project is inaccurate, inadequate, and irresponsible in addressing the destruction of the project site and the potential harm to the community's character, health, safety, and well-being. Nelson Day of the Joshua Tree Village Neighbors will take it from here.
Hello, my name is Nelson Day. I'm a Joshua Tree local and a registered professional mechanical engineer. I'm going to be discussing the wastewater treatment plant and the stormwater report. As a local, when the project owner said they would be installing a wastewater treatment facility, I wanted to know more about this facility. The project owner has provided no information to anyone regarding this wastewater treatment plant. There's currently no information available on the facility design, operations, or costs. How much money will each household pay for treatment operational costs? If only 5 of these houses sell in our declining market, will the sewage plant even run? And will the operational costs be affordable for the 5 homeowners? Where will the 20,000 gallons of treated wastewater disappear to each day? What happens during maintenance outages at the sewage treatment plant? Will existing houses be flooded with sewage? Most sewage treatment plants are a minimum of 500 feet from existing houses, streets, and riverbeds. The project housing density hinges on a wastewater treatment facility. The lot sizes shown on the approved site map are much too small to have an individual housing septic tank. Furthermore, none of the water agencies involved have any information about the treatment facility and has not been approved by anyone. The proposed location of the sewage plant is 30 feet from an existing house. Would you want a sewage treatment plant of unknown design 30 feet from your residence? For such a pivotal part of the project, no information is available to anyone about its specifics, not even the county. On April 4th, MBCA discovered an errata to the hydrology study. This revision was not publicly posted until April 4, when the agenda for the hearing was released. The revision completely changes the initial study's analysis and conclusions without notice to the public or for public review. Changing the project description or design after Planning Commission approval is a clear CEQA violation. The errata indicates on-site stormwater detention, which was not included or indicated on the Planning Commission approved site map. In the errata, the county has stated the detention pond will be positioned next to the wastewater treatment facility, which seems like a terrible idea to the locals. Of note, the property has a 6% slope, which is not relatively flat or even ADA compliant. The slope will create stormwater issues. While we support and demand a hydrology study revision, we are basing our comments today on the only provided erroneous hydrology study currently published at the Land Use Services website dated May 30 and approved by the Planning Commission. We'll be going through some errors discovered in the original hydrology report. One of the Joshua Tree Village neighbors, Cody Briggs, is a registered civil engineer with stormwater design experience, and he has confirmed these observed errors. On the hydrology report, the undeveloped land size is shown as 21.1 acres. The developed land size is shown as 18.9 acres. How big is the land? Did it shrink? The hydrology study indicates the amount of water will be absorbed by the soil pre and post development is the same. What about the additional impervious surfaces? The study even claims less water will run off of the land post development, 88% to be exact, which is precisely how much the land shrunk from 21 to 18 acres according to the report. Now I'll be handing it off to my neighbor. Oops, go ahead and skip. Oh, actually, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Good morning. I am Elizabeth Pfau, Joshua Tree homeowner and founder of the Joshua Tree Village Neighbors. My issues with Lovemore are both deeply personal and universal for three reasons: the wastewater treatment facility, failure of notification, and land use communication problems. Lovemore continually makes false claims such as water has been approved for a wastewater treatment facility, but this is not true. Lovemore claims their tract map fits our town's density. As you can see in this picture, that is not true. In our small town, there is only one wastewater treatment facility. As you can see, it is 1,000 feet from one home and 1,500 feet from the other, 2 homes, that's it. This is a picture of my friend standing 30 feet from my home on the proposed site of the wastewater treatment facility, surrounded by vulnerable homes. Too close for comfort. At 50 feet, this will ruin the quality of life for every single resident on my street. Ruined? In what way, you ask? There have been 5 flash flood events in Joshua Tree area in the past 5 years alone. Stormwater plus wastewater is lethal. How is it possible that I was not notified of these 6 major project events? We surveyed the homeowners and neighbors to ask if they were notified in any way. On multiple events, over 70% of affected neighbors were not notified, and 87% were not notified of the Planning Commission in-person hearing on January 23rd, 2025. Not received, not received, not received. This is what people told us, and I quote, "Oversaturation of high-end vacation homes. County seemed to bulldozer over everything I brought up. This project is so wrong for this location. Our town does not have the resources to support it. Sneaky and deceitful. Transparency seems to be an issue, too large for our town, for our community to absorb responsibly. Wastewater treatment failure will be a massive issue." There are more comments in your printouts. Oops, why isn't it going forward? Here's an example of my land use communications. On 3 dates in September, I emailed project planner Ron Cruz regarding CEQA project times, dates, and procedures. After sending 3 emails, I received the following reply: "The project is in third-party CEQA review. Once the CEQA review is complete, the document will be publicly routed for comments. Then a planning commission hearing will be scheduled. At that hearing, anyone who wants to comment will have the ability to do so. The Planning Commission is an independent body, and they will make a determination on the project after considering county departments' comments and public comments." Meanwhile, on October 1st, me, writing to Ron Cruz, "Is there a way to track the CEQA for this project?" October 17th, me, "Will you please update me on the latest set of questions?" Meanwhile, the 30-day CEQA open comment period was occurring, during which I sent on October 28th, me, "Mr. Cruz, are you still there? Is it possible to get some answers?" Then on January 5th, what is the update on the project? I recently learned the CEQA had an open comment period we were not informed of. This is typical of the opaque and careless communications with land use and planning since my first email to Irene Romero in 2022. As a citizen, taxpayer, and neighbor, I have the right to be notified and informed with respect and integrity. In closing, I am outraged on behalf of the greater Joshua Tree community. Respectfully, please send this back to the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have the project applicant. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. You will have 15 minutes for your presentation when you're ready to begin.
Good morning. Honorable Chair, Honorable Board of Supervisors, esteemed staff, appealing body, and general public, we are honored and excited to share the Lovemore Ranch project, a holistic community in Joshua Tree, California. So today, the staff has done a tremendous job to present to you the verifiable facts, as backed up in over 20+ studies conducted by licensed professionals. And they've clarified each issue brought up by the appellant. It is my intent to tell you about our team, our vision, our outreach, our design, and our other actions so that you may confidently uphold the unanimous decision made by the Planning Commission on January 23rd to approve this project. Our mission is to lead the way with an innovative community development tailored to the unique environment, people, and role of Joshua Tree. The idea is to go beyond simply doing less harm toward what we call generative development, which engages, balances outcomes, and is a net good thing for all key stakeholders, including the plants and animals, community, county, residents, staff, supply chain, builders, and investors. As the current steward, owner, and development manager of this project, my number one job is to rigorously vet and then support an exceptional and mission-aligned team. The firms that comprise our development team hold over 100 combined years in business, marrying global thought leadership with the wisdom of local consultants across every aspect of sustainable development. Here today, in case you have any technical questions, is our local civil engineer. If you could please stand, my team. Geotechnical and special inspection firm, landscape architect, principal architect, CEQA study consultant, biology consultant, and community gardening partner, each of whom was hired because of their long-term interest and dedication to this area and to deeply understanding its uniqueness in relation to their work. As for me, I'm a 5th-generation Southern California native. I've been coming out to Joshua Tree for nearly 10 years now, climbing, hiking, sleeping out under the stars. And my inspiration for doing this project is because I love this place. It's my happy place where I'm part of an incredible community. And I want to share it in the deep way that I've gotten to experience it with others and in a way that sustains it far into the future. I, as with my whole team, am in this for the long term. I look forward to living in one of the units we build and sharing it with my friends and family for generations to come. As you know, Joshua Tree is at the confluence of the high Mojave and the low Colorado deserts, which makes it a unique wonder of the world across its biology and landscape. It's now the 9th most visited national park with over 3.3 million visitors and $186 million spent in 2023, over half of that on lodging and recreation alone. Over 75% of those visitors we estimate to enter through the West Park entrance, which is just a 5-minute drive from Lovemore. Lovemore is also a 2-minute drive from the blossoming downtown area. The 18.9 acres at Lovemore Ranch is the last developable, single residential zoned property over 5 acres within a 10-mile radius of Joshua Tree National Park's west entrance. The existing zoning and general plan is consistent with our proposed density. In fact, our density is at the very low end of the allowable range for a tentative map. This is in order to leave space for a large landscape preserve in the middle of the property to focus on a livable, walkable lifestyle. Approximately 30% of the entire site will either be protected or restored to native and naturalized landscape, and we will preserve over 3 times as much native landscape as our similarly zoned neighbor in Joshua Tree. This is by virtue of the master plan, where we're able to have higher density on the outskirts and absolutely no density in parts of the project. Furthermore, the property is outside of major seismic and flood zones. It's in a minimal risk fire area. There are minimal Joshua trees, no protected wildlife, no significant arroyos, and our CEQA initial study received a mitigated negative declaration and passed through the initial public notice period in minimum time with no significant comments. There was 1 comment, but there were no comments deemed significant. Our outreach has been about getting in touch and staying in touch with all key stakeholders of this community. Over the last 4.5 years, we've knocked on doors and been in touch with hundreds of community members and many key groups. As mentioned, last August we hosted a town hall where we invited those key stakeholder groups. We had great representation from each, with over 75 total attendees, plus our entire team drove or flew out and we were able to engage one-on-one. As was mentioned in 2 local newspapers, we heard a full spectrum of great feedback from the community about the proposed project. We responded to that feedback and did change portions of our landscape plan to emphasize even more the native and naturalized landscape. This has been incredibly helpful and crucial to our design process. For those who could not attend, we hosted a virtual Ask Me Anything, where about 30 people attended. At the session, we hosted a live Q&A and answered frequently asked questions we'd received from the town hall and the community forum. Our effort to engage the community really started in 2020 when I purchased the property. I went door to door to every one of my neighbors to discuss the project. For those who came to their door and spoke with me, their main concern was securing and stewarding the property. In the previous owner's absence, the site had become a place for people to party, do drugs, and dirt bike through at 2 a.m., not to mention to dump their trash. My friend and I personally cleaned up over 10,000 pounds of trash, spending hours picking the shards of plastic through the shredded cholla, and secured the property, and we haven't had a problem since. We also studied the 2007 Joshua Tree Community Plan and its 35 goals and 158 sub-goals in order to come up with our design principles. And we provided a detailed website and community forum over 9 months ago with project information, making people aware of the website via social media, county public notice letters, the town hall, and our Ask Me Anything. And I've responded individually to each message we received via our community forum in detail. At the Planning Commission on January 23rd, locals supported the project by attending virtually at the Bob Burke Center in Joshua Tree. We did have 1 attendee at the center, and it was open, as can be further clarified by your staff. And 5 community members even drove to the chambers here in San Bernardino County to support. As mentioned, a few passionately testified. In contrast, no one showed up to oppose the project despite ample noticing and unprecedented opportunities for testimony. Additionally, prior to the Planning Commission, more than 20 local individuals wrote letters of support to the county. Since then, we've received even more letters of support, now with over 40 letters. Got these letters right here. 15 of these letters, well, first I'll say most of these letters are from locals to the Morongo Basin, but over 15 of these letters state that they want to buy a home at Lovemore Ranch. We are keenly aware of previous projects that have failed in the community, and our vast amount of outreach over the last 4.5 years was intentional in order to listen to the community and be responsive in our design to its feedback. We've worked incredibly hard to dispel misinformation and rumors, but of course, some people won't like the project. We feel very proud of our outreach over the last 4.5 years and to receive the incredible support that we have. I'd now like to introduce you to our design solution. We distilled everything that we'd learned from our outreach, from the Joshua Tree Community Plan, and of course from our stalwart team to arrive at 5 design pillars that help guide our decisions and help us set smart goals toward achieving our mission. These are nature, sanctuary, community, lifelong learning, and to be a model for sustainable development in the high desert. I'll now hand it over to Mauricio Espinosa, our principal architect on the project. Mauricio is a professor of sustainable organic architecture. He's built multiple ground-up projects in our desert, often in partnership with some of our other consultants.
Thanks, Axel. Honorable Chair, honorable board members. As we've seen already, we have 64 single-family homes planned for Joshua Tree. We have at the center of the project a 1.5-acre botanical preserve, a welcome center just left of that botanical preserve off of the entry, which is that sort of brownish color on the left. The north side has a community and wellness center just north. The top northeast corner is our area for sport courts, pickleball, things of that sort, as well as a state-of-the-art on-site sewage treatment facility in the northeast corner. We are doing what's called a contained grading strategy, which means that there's no significant import or export of soil. As we've seen, the zoning allows for a density of roughly 6 dwelling units per acre, and the design concept is to develop half of that density in favor of providing amenities to the community and maintaining and reestablishing existing vegetation and landscape. Over 30% of the entire site will be protected or restored to native and naturalized landscaping. The unit density creates open space opportunities, things like outdoor living, walking, bicycling, and preserve areas. The residential landscape complements the architecture and offers numerous seating areas, things like fire pits and other types of outdoor amenities. Landscaping throughout the site will be water-efficient, native, and naturalized planting types. And we plan to protect and replace existing Joshua trees per county-established policies. The architectural design reflects the existing conditions of the site, thereby reducing the grading and overall impact. You can see here a kind of side yard elevation of that architectural assemblage. Each house is approximately 1,600 square feet in a one-story configuration plus a garage space. We're utilizing sustainable design principles known as passive house design, which combines passive heating and cooling technologies that minimize energy usage and utility impacts, not to mention health benefits. We plan to connect building and interiors with the outdoors, and we plan to establish a natural materials palette for the architecture. The flat roof design creates a sort of low profile along the street edge, and multiple layout prototypes create that sort of variety within the Lovemore development. In addition, we're utilizing ultra-low flow water fixtures.
To wrap up, this chart details the economic benefits to the community, including to schools, county governments, and special districts. Third-party horizontal costing consultants, as well as market study consultants, were asked to be conservative in their estimations and project over $2 million in permit and developer fees, over $1.5 million in annual recurring revenue from property taxes, as well as over $3 million in off-site infrastructure improvements borne at cost to the developer. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention to this project. Your staff has been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will now go on to our public comment. Our first request to speak is Ryan Letourneau, who will be followed by Glenn Olson. We have podiums on either side up in the back. You have 3 minutes to speak. When the light flashes orange, that's a 30-second warning, and when it's red, it's the end of your time.
Sorry. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members of the Joshua Tree community. Firstly, I would like to give a heartfelt thanks to the members of MBCA and Joshua Tree Village Neighbors for their actual community outreach and involvement. It has been inspiring to see the township come together against this development, and I hope the board recognizes how unpopular this project is throughout the entire town. While I could spend time echoing why the goals JTVN has listed for redesigning this project are so important, I thought it would be more interesting to recount my recent email interactions with Mr. Kramer. My partner and I have only recently in the last year moved into a house less than a quarter mile from this project, and we're frankly appalled at the scope and design of this massive development for the area. And as I knew this appeal was coming up, I decided to email Mr. Kramer directly about my concerns on outreach, density, their market, and the sewer treatment plant. And I will read to you the beginning of his response. Dear Ryan, I appreciate your feedback and hear your frustration. I'm not sure if we've had the chance to speak before, but it sounds like you've been misinformed. Unfortunately, there is a group spreading misinformation and asking people to donate money, which will not only hurt this project, but the community at the end of the day. And my God, the audacity of that statement blew my mind. But I guess I should be thanking Axel for trying to save me from the scammers over at Joshua Tree Village Neighbors, because surely he's not the one with ulterior motives. In all seriousness, though, and I pose this question to everyone in the room, if you had a prospective neighbor immediately lying about your actual neighbors and community, would you not be worried about what a future with them might look like? Before my time is up, I would also like to bring attention to the Attachment E, page 6, section 4 of this appeal. This is the document containing responses from Lovemore Ranch to community concerns. This particular concern is over if this project could become a short-term rental resort. And in Lovemore's response, they make no commitment that that project could not become just that. And I sent Axel 3 separate messages asking what his market for this development was. Who was he trying to sell this community to? Who was actually interested in these homes as primary residences? He dodged this question every time. And I ask again, is it really so hard to make a public commitment to your future neighbors that this will not become a short-term rental resort in the middle of residential neighborhoods? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next request to speak is Glenn Olson, followed by Jason Lewis. Do we have Glenn Olson? All right, we'll move on to Jason Lewis, who will be followed by Janet Johnston.
My name is Jason Lewis. In 1991, I moved to Joshua Tree. Shortly after, met my wife, and we've been married for now over 30 years. Raised our family in the desert, 2 kids in their 20s. I've had a business for the last 25 years. And I'm in support of this project in Joshua Tree. I feel like Joshua Tree needs more housing. I know some people feel like, how could locals afford this? My wife and I, a few years ago, recently decided to buy a new construction home. I know many people, many couples I've worked with have great jobs and can afford these homes, my wife and I included. But also in doing so, we sold our other home to a nice young couple that had their first baby on the way. So they were able to take advantage of a home that was a little older while we bought a new construction home. I feel like it's also going to bring a lot of economic benefits to the community. When people live in these houses, they support the local eateries, businesses. I mean, how many of us have not run to Home Depot 100 times, 1,000 times in the last few years? And all the people that work there are locals. So I feel like there's a lot of benefits to this community, and I'd like to see it go forward.
Thank you. Janet Johnston, followed by Alicia Perea.
Janet Johnston. I have lived in Joshua Tree for over 25 years, raised our family there, built homes there, and am one of the directors of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association. I drive by this project site on a daily basis, navigating the dangerous intersections of Altaloma Drive. It is bewildering how we are here again. This community has worked hard for decades to make it clear that we love and will protect the desert. You are not the steward of the land when you are going to blade your entire 18-acre lot. That is bewildering. We have worked hard to make sure that this protection of the desert and Joshua Tree was codified into the general plan, the development code, even into the community action guide after the loss of our beloved community plans. It needs work, but that protection is indeed in these documents to protect us from such an inconsistent project as this. It is bewildering how the developers and the county do not seem to address that there is a big slope to deal with on this site. They are trying to shoehorn 14 or 15 lots running downhill with a 61-foot drop over 900 running feet. It means you have a 4-foot drop or bench cut and a retaining wall between each flat building lot. That is a 6% slope, which also means water travels fast over it. It is bewildering that the staff still is saying in the report that it is a relatively flat site. It is not flat. It is bewildering how the original hydrology report was treating this like a flat piece of paper for lot sales. Then we have the 11th hour report correction that then plonks down the floodwater detention basin right next to the wastewater treatment facility and the sea beach pits. Really? What is the size and clearances, and how many sea beach pits does this project need? All unknown. It is bewildering how you would even start this design without knowing these crucial details. That is step one. It is bewildering that no one has done a math on this project just to meet construction costs at a low cost per square foot of maybe $300 a square foot, which I don't even think is possible anymore, especially with tariffs. You're looking at least $1 million. Just the math of $1 per square foot cost times the square footage puts you over $1 million. Then you roll in amortizing the cost of the roads, waste treatment facility, construction of the recreation building that we know nothing about, the staff home, profit, you're up to at least $1,200,000 range per home. And how much will the HOA fees be to cost to maintain the water facility, the staff, the roads? At least $1,000 a month, probably $2,000. Between mortgage and HOA fees, you're looking at $5,500 a month
That's
at a minimum.
Alicia Perea, followed by Elena Hansen.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Alicia Perea. I'd first like to acknowledge the Native American that this project is proposed. The Morongo Band of Indians, Chemehuevi, Serrano, Cahuilla. As part Native American myself, I have been drawn to the high desert to live a quality of life that acknowledges nature, animals, space, clean air, clean water, to be able to see the stars at night. Mr. Kramer, you have expressed the same sentiments, and yet I don't see how this project aligns with that wanting quality of life. You have expressed you love to come out here to climb, see the stars at night. What are 64 homes surrounding you? How is that going to impact you looking at the stars at night? The other thing, as a resident for the last 5 years here, the transparency of this process. As a resident, I am not 300 feet away, but I live in the village of Joshua Tree. I have been not notified of these meetings and these processes, and it's appalling to me that we are affected by it and we are not notified. The waste sewage treatment is appalling, especially as this project, if anybody lives in Joshua Tree, there is an arroyo going directly to the west of this project that has flooded Highway 62 on numerous occasions. What is a sewage treatment plant in the pathway of the floodwaters gonna do to those of us who are downstream of this? I'd like to thank my neighbors, and it's a quality of life. And Joshua Tree does not have the infrastructure for a project of this density. Please reconsider, Mr. Kramer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elena Hansen, followed by Rye Rockland.
Hello, my name is Elena Hansen, and I have had a home in Joshua Tree for 15 years. I am confused. I come from the East Coast, and I've encountered situations like this before, and I was always informed. I'm actually still getting informed, and I'm not even living there anymore about things going on. I have not heard one thing. I've had to fight to get information about this project, and I'm not alone. Our community is small. We can barely take care of what we have. We're already overwhelmed with people who come up on the weekends to stay. You can't even get in town or get into a restaurant on Saturday or Sunday because there's so many people. We don't need more people. I don't think that it just won't work. And we need affordable housing in Joshua Tree, not wealthy people coming in and, I don't know, renting out their homes. We have so many short-term rentals in Joshua Tree right now that you could probably get a fancy home for $90 a night with a pool and a jacuzzi because there are too many of them. Not enough people come to stay in them. We don't need more housing. Please reconsider. Have you been to Joshua Tree, any of you? Please go and look and see how terrible this project will affect our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Rai Rockland, followed by Levon Kazarian.
Good morning, Chairman Rao and the Honorable Board of Supervisors. It's a real honor to be here today. I moved to Joshua Tree in 2020 with my wife and child. It's been an absolute pleasure living there, being surrounded by a really great community. I am excited to be here before you to be part of, hopefully, the decision-making that goes on as a member of this community. And I'm deeply committed to I'm really not in favor of Lovemore Ranch because it was absolutely, it's a real threat to our community. It wasn't, we really didn't receive notification. I was at the meeting in August, and we all were against, so many of us were against it, and I've talked to everybody who was at that meeting, and no one was told about the Planning Commission vote. I feel like this project has absolutely gone under the radar, so it could be passed by the Planning Commission. I feel it's a threat to our community. One, I don't see how they're gonna sell all these homes. Nobody moves to Joshua Tree to live in a microchip development. They've moved to Joshua Tree for the stars, for the space, for a nice house. I know there's plenty of homes being built, and actually I'm not at all against development. I understand we need more homes in California, and I'm delighted to see all the interesting architecture that's going up in our community. But this project in particular is so out of whack when it comes to what the precedent is of our community. I mean, a wastewater treatment plant built in the center of town. This thing is crazy. Axel, I see you looking at me. Please reconsider. Please lower the density. If I were you, I'd be scared stiff. You're never gonna sell these houses. It's atrocious. Nobody wants this. So please, you guys, please, I beg of you, reconsider, take it back to the Planning Commission, come up with something sensible for the community to get behind. Again, I'm in favor of Joshua Tree growing. It's a beautiful place, I want to share it, but this is really egregious. Thank you.
Thank you. Levon Kazarian, followed by Stacy Doolittle.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Rao. My name's Levon Kazarian. I've lived in Joshua Tree for 15 years. I'm a small business owner. I can hear it already. I heard it in those comments in the Planning Commission. You know, those crazy Joshua Tree people, they complain about everything. They complain they don't have enough housing. Then a developer comes along and wants to build 64 homes, and they complain about that too. That stereotype is wrong. We do want housing. We do want growth. We just want it done wisely and consistent with the spirit and the letter of the existing development code and the High Desert Community Action Guide. This project is not consistent with either. Planning staff's report was full of errors, and Mr. Kramer's proposal should be rejected outright or sent back to planning so the staff can redo their homework and get it right. I just want everyone to remember that during the short-term rental, the report put out by planning was full of errors. They needed a do-over to get it right. So would not be unprecedented for planning to put out incorrect information. When you read Mr. Kramer's PowerPoint, he claims he's required, and I heard it from the planning, to build at least 57 homes and could build over 114. So his proposal of 64 is, that seems reasonable. But here's the thing, as in the NBCA demonstrations. There's actually no minimum density requirement for the desert in development code. Staff got that wrong. And, so a lower density, 30, 45 homes, would comply with anyway, you know what I mean. I think there should be less homes, as Mr. Kramer's original proposal had. Plopping a second, a huge, dense suburban gated community in the middle of an existing low-density neighborhood, blading the entire property, removing most of all of the native vegetation, having no buffer space around development. All these things violate both the spirit and the letter of the Community Action Guide. And rather than go through all the details, I just want to make a larger point. You took away our max, you took away our community plan, you hired these expensive consultants who came to our community and made us do these word cloud things, and now it seems like staff hasn't even read the guide that they produced. Why did you spend all that money and make us do word clouds if you're just going to ignore the guide that it produced? Finally, my cousins came from Chicago to visit. They were staying at a big short-term rental house in Indio run by AvantStay, a large vacation rental corporation that already has a presence in Big Bear and Josh Street. It was a gated community. Every home beyond the gate was a short-term rental. No one actually lived there. Every single home was built for the express purpose of being a micro-hotel. Mr. Kramer's proposal looks tailor-made for that kind of business model. I fear that what we're really talking about here is a large dispersed hotel in a central Joshua Tree residential neighborhood. And since this board refused to put a cap on short-term rental permits, like most every other resort community in the country has done, there is nothing stopping these homes from immediately becoming a corporate hotel in the heart of Joshua Tree. Mr. Kramer's original proposal of 30-something homes without a gate, leaving open space.
That's time.
Thank you. And I apologize. Our lighted system, for some reason, is not working today. So our clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds left and then at the end of the 3 minutes. So Stacy, will have you up next, followed by David Dodge.
Supervisors and members of the public, my name is Stacy Doolittle. I serve as an elected member of the Vice President of the Board of Directors for the Joshua Basin Water District and also the Morongo Basin Conservation Association, which I represent today. I have lived in Joshua Tree for 16 years and have been deeply engaged in civic life and environmental advocacy throughout that time. I'm not anti-development. I'm a capitalist. Do you hear me? I'm a capitalist who understands the economic engines that sustain communities. But I also know ill-conceived projects when I see them, and the Lovemore Ranch proposal is precisely that. I hope you hear me on this. There is a spirit in Joshua Tree, an intangible but undeniable force that brings joy and wonder to our residents and to the thousands of tourists who travel here seeking reprieve from urban chaos. That spirit is fragile, and preserving it falls directly under your mandate as supervisors. It's on you. You cannot and must not evaluate Joshua Tree the same way you evaluate Fontana, Victorville, or Yucaipa. We are a distinctly different place, and that distinctiveness is a county asset. The quietude, the wildlife, the native desertscape, the quirky, modest charm of our neighborhoods, these are not happenstance things. They are the very reasons people move here, visit here, invest here. But thoughtless, formulaic development, like generic chain stores and oversized gated enclaves, such as Lovemore Ranch, threatens to erase all of it. If this project goes forward as proposed, it will fundamentally alter the character of Joshua Tree, perhaps irreversibly. I live on a collector road, roads that are not designed to handle high volumes of traffic, but to serve residential areas. My road, Sunny Hill, is the last paved street before sunset when traveling east. It will now become a shortcut for the over 120 new residents living less than a mile away. That impact was utterly ignored in the traffic impact analysis. So was the strain and safety considerations on Alta Loma, a road already under increasing pressure. A full level of service study is not a suggestion, it is a requirement. This is not about one street. It is about a pattern of dismissiveness toward the wishes of the people who actually live here.
30 seconds remaining.
The Planning Commission has a duty not to rubber stamp developer interests, but to engage fully with the voices of the community. As you see, they have not done that. I urge you, hear our appeal. Demand that the Planning Commission perform its due diligence. Demand a higher standard, one that respects the uniqueness of Joshua Tree and the people who call it home. Please do not approve the mitigated negative declaration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. David Dodge, followed by Pamela Garcia.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing this opportunity to, as a community member, make a comment on this development. My name is David Dodge, as I mentioned. I live at 61579 Altaloma Drive, directly south and west of the proposed development, and I've lived at this location for 11 years. I've been a resident of Joshua Tree for 9 years, for a total of 20 years. I'm very concerned and distressed by the plans for this development. The reason I came out to Joshua Tree from previous stints in Los Angeles and New York is to have, because of its wildness, the closeness to nature and the strong community. To clear cut the plants and animals on this property and replace it with 64 houses and roads and cars and streetlights would truly be a disaster for the community and the natural environment here that we all love. This is not just 18 acres of dirt. I want you to know this is a lush garden of century-old plants, including yuccas, choyas, pencil choyas, jojoba, and Joshua trees. It's rare, even in the national park, to see areas like this as dense with native plants and animals. I drive by it every day. I see it every day. At the beginning of this meeting, we talked about God and God's work. This is God's work, not 64 houses that are completely put on a dirt lot. The proposed entrance and exit to the development is Hillview, which directly faces my house. There are maybe a dozen people a day who drive up this rutted road now, and their headlights rake across the light of my bedroom. Multiplying this by hundreds of entrances and exits from the proposed development will be a nightmare. For Altaloma, too, which is a huge concern to me. More and more vehicular traffic, including trucks, buses, and tourists, are coming down this road as a shortcut to the park or an alternate to 62. They speed down the hill, and sometimes at 70 miles per hour. Even now, I have difficulty getting into my property or leaving it at certain times, and I'm sure that the people leaving this development will as well. It's a horrendous and very dangerous road right now, and there are no turning lanes in this part of Altaloma as there are in Yucca Valley. So I consider this will likely be a location for more accidents and close calls. I'm also very concerned about light and noise. The reason I came out here was to enjoy the dark skies and the relative quietness of a rural community. The construction of so many houses and eventually their occupants will disrupt the quiet rural experience that I came out here to enjoy. Finally, I just do not believe, as others have mentioned, that people will be coming to this place to live in such a dense location. I think they come out to the Joshua Tree area and to the desert
30 seconds
for quiet
remaining.
and to have areas to have rural area around them. So I fear that this development will strip off the beautiful vegetation and lush flora and be replaced with like a half-built, densely misplaced houses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Pamela Garcia, followed by John Osman.
I'm here to express and reaffirm my unwavering confidence in both Axel Kramer and the Lovemore Group, as well as the county, San Bernardino County Planning Department, and all overseeing officers who have diligently guided this project this far. As a dedicated member of this community, I believe in the immense benefits this development will bring. The Lovemore project comes at a pivotal moment, aligning seamlessly with the ongoing movement of new residents drawn to the unique blend of natural beauty and close-knit community that our region offers. This project provides a much-needed alternative to the existing housing options, addressing the growing demand for thoughtfully designed, sustainable living spaces. I have tremendous faith in San Bernardino County Planning Department and the rigorous process that ensures responsible and compliant development. I also have complete trust in Axel Kramer's leadership and expertise. His proven ability to follow all regulations and policies set forth since 2020, as well as his commitment to working closely with the county officials, demonstrates his dedication to responsible and transparent development. The Lovemore Group has shown time and again their ability to engage with the community, uphold the highest standards, and bring meaningful projects to life. As a third-generation resident, I dream of living in a community like the one envisioned here, and I will continue to support and assist in making that dream a reality. I urge you to uphold the approval granted and recognize the undeniable value this project brings to San Bernardino County. Thank you for your time, commitment, and leadership in fostering thoughtful, sustainable growth in our community.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to John Osman, and then after John, we will go to our remote sites. I do not believe we have anybody in Hesperia this morning, so we will move on to Joshua Tree, and our first speaker in Joshua Tree after John will be Jennifer Good.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Yes, good morning, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for hearing us today. I don't have anything prepared. I'm a resident of Joshua Tree. I've been living there full-time since 2017. I've been enjoying Joshua Tree since about 2000, since I moved to New York, or from New York to California. I have a business in Joshua Tree. I'm a handyman. My wife has a retail business in Joshua Tree. We were attracted to Joshua Tree for this very reason that you're hearing from the community today. And I just want to urge the supervisors that before moving here, I was a traveling musician. And I traveled the world for probably 25 years, internationally and nationally here at home. And I've been in many, many cities. I've been in many, many towns. And there's only a few as special as Joshua Tree. Only a few. It's a gem of San Bernardino County, the way it is. It's special. Mr. Kramer talks about community involvement, and it's his dream. I'm in the community. I play in a band. We have a store. I see the community. I see them at gigs. I see them at farmers markets. All of us, we've been creating a Joshua Tree that is unique and special, that's of our own means, that doesn't necessarily come from finance, but our creativity. It's unique for that very reason, very unique, and it's a gem. And I hope that you reconsider this and send it back to planning, because this is just in direct opposition to the specialness that is Joshua Tree and the people there. That's my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we move to Joshua Tree, we did have Sean Davey here also in chambers. So Mr. Davey, if you'd like to speak before we move out to the remote sites.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity today to speak in support of Lovemore Ranch. I am an interested buyer of a home in the Lovemore Ranch community, and I want to highlight the Planning Commission's presentation today that this project is zoned for single-family residential. It's earned unanimous approval from the San Bernardino County Planning Commission and has met all environmental requirements under CEQA, which underscores the project's alignment with county standards. I've known the applicant, Mr. Kramer, for about 25 years, and I can tell you firsthand that he's a compassionate neighbor and an outstanding leader. I believe he will exceed all expectations with Lovemore Ranch in the most positive way. And I think he has shown genuine and transparent efforts in engaging with the community and planning for the most sustainable development and doing everything possible to enhance the region with Lovemore Ranch. The project is designed to honor and enhance the character and natural essence of Joshua Tree while providing opportunity for families to create a thriving neighborhood, which is what we need more of in California. I have no doubt that Mr. Kramer is capable of making an extremely positive contribution to Joshua Tree and San Bernardino County with your approval of Lovemore Ranch. I respectfully urge you to uphold the approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we did have one more here, Laird Davis, and then we will move out to Joshua Tree for Jennifer Good.
My name is Laird Davis. I'm a 28-year resident of Joshua Tree. I was one of the 85 people at the August meeting who were vehemently opposed to this project for numerous reasons. The presentation made that day by Mr. Kramer was filled with lies and misrepresentations. There are various questions posed to him that he refused to answer. And today, he has the nerve to sit there and say that the community had been notified. We received no notifications at all. At that community meeting, we signed up on contact sheets to be notified of any development with this project. That never happened. Mr. Godgoro at the planning meeting commented about not seeing any comments from your friends in Joshua Tree. That's because none of your friends in Joshua Tree knew anything about the planning meeting or any of this stuff, which is really apprehensible. But prior to the August meeting, I wrote to our supervisor, Ms. Rowe. She wrote back, said she could not attend the meeting, but sent 2 of her staff members to monitor it. So Ms. Rowe is completely aware of all the opposition to this project that was presented at that meeting. Planning Director Toomey stated that the project was an extension of denser subdivisions closer to Highway 62. That is not true. There are no dense developments south of Altaloma. Most of the homes are on large acre lots. I was present during the 2014 flooding. The motorist who died in the flooding died about a half mile from my house.
30 seconds remaining.
3 minutes is not enough time to go over all of the reasons why this is completely inappropriate. This has no place in Joshua Tree. There's no water to handle this project. There are no roads to handle this project. And I'm inviting each one of you supervisors to come to Joshua Tree, look at the area, and if you think that...
Thank you very much. Now we'll move out to our Joshua Tree site with Jennifer Good, who will be followed by Jane Jarlsberg.
Hi. Yes, well, thank you for holding this and thank you for letting us be here today to tell you how a lot of people in Joshua Tree feel about the Lovemore Ranch project. I have only lived here for 5 years. Sorry? Oh, there's no audio apparently this end, so I'll let you know that. What? No? Okay. All right. So I will just carry on. My main objection to this is that it's just totally not what the area of Joshua Tree needs. This is a project that would be suitable for Palm Springs, but not for here. And surely if any of you were able to come out and see where this project is planned, you would understand why everybody here in this community hall, and I have to say it's been a great turnout here, and most people that are here are against this project because it just does not suit the area and the ethos of Joshua Tree. To go back to the water treatment plant, I don't think that's been thought through enough at all. We don't seem to be getting consistent information. And I did actually call our Joshua Water District and they knew nothing about it. They had not been contacted by yourselves and had not had any input into this project of the water treatment here. I appreciate it's sort of cutting edge stuff, but I just don't think it's right or appropriate. Also, the roads here, if you have looked at the map and the junction with Outer Loma and the Park Boulevard Road, that would be a nightmare to get out of, especially in the summer when in the main Joshua Tree Park high season. It's not easy to turn left from Outer Loma onto the Park Boulevard, which would be the best road to use. Sunset is certainly not. That comes down to Highway 62 and would be a nightmare to get out of, especially if you wanted to turn left. So I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked at here, and I am against this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jane Jarlsberg, followed by Kelly Newfield.
Hello, I'm Jane Jarlsberg. Yes, what? I'm Jane Jarlsberg, and I have a loud voice. Hopefully everybody can hear me here, as well as in San Bernardino. I actually lived here in the 80s for a while for affordable housing. I was homeless when I came here originally, but I fell in love with the desert. I moved from LA at that point and fell in love with the desert. I had to leave the area about 1990 and have visited many times over the subsequent years. I moved back here in 2017, again, for affordable housing. I've been an advocate for homeless, and my family came to live with me because they were homeless. They're currently looking for homes that are affordable and good jobs that pay them enough to pay rent. And they are still struggling with that. The fact that this person, Axel, our neighbor, and loves this area, is coming here to destroy it, not bring good affordable housing for local people that are struggling to work here, to afford to work here. We need good workers here, but they're finding that they can't afford to live here. With many of the actual money that they can make here. The other thing is that I live a half a mile down the hill from this atrocious possibility. And I have experience, I live on Sunset Road, 6800 Sunset Road, and I've experienced many floods coming down my street since I moved here. I bought a home for $129,000 in 2017. Shortly after that, this area was discovered by Airbnb, and I've lost neighbors. And now many of those homes that were converted into Airbnbs are empty, are for sale, like 3 times what the people bought them and before they restored them. And people cannot afford to buy those homes. Families, I miss having
30
families
seconds
around.
remaining.
And all of the things that people have complained about, I can reiterate. But I am also on the board of the Joshua Basin Water District, and we have not heard a word from Axel. And we would like him to come and talk to us. The staff have not heard a word. The board has not heard a word. And I'm troubled by that. Thank you.
Kelly Newfield, followed by Victoria McDonald.
Hi there.
Hold on, wait for the time to go.
Oh, sorry about that. Hello, I'm Kelly Newfield, and I'm a Joshua Tree resident. My family has lived in this area since the 1980s. And I want to tell you, Axel Kramer, we don't need you to lead the way. I am here today to strongly oppose the Lovemore Ranch project. This development will create a devastating, permanent, negative impact on the neighborhood and will be a blight on Joshua Tree. As well as being hideous, this project will increase traffic, light pollution, and noise. The people that love this place and live here do so because Joshua Tree does not have these kinds of developments with repetitive cookie-cutter houses and designer planned landscaping. People want to visit this place because we do not have these kinds of dense planned communities. They literally come out here to get away from this. They come here for the unique and magical character of this place, the open spaces, the wildlife, and dark skies, all of which will be negatively impacted by Lovemore Ranch. One of the arguments in favor of this development is that Joshua Tree needs more housing. The tightly packed Lovemore houses are meant to cost upwards of $700,000. As of this morning, there are 40 houses for sale in this price range in Joshua Tree. Many have been reduced multiple times. I know because there are several near me that have been Airbnbs and they sit empty most of the year. These are unaffordable for most Joshua Tree residents, and most of these at this price have been Airbnbs. Also, no, Alta Loma cannot handle more traffic. My neighbor already can no longer get her horses safely across Alta Loma, where the average vehicular speed on a 2-lane residential road is easily 65 miles per hour. Willingly adding to this volume of traffic is unjustifiable. No one wants a sewage plant in their backyard, no matter how state-of-the-art it is. This development could be in another location where it would not impact so directly access to the park and not destroy the integrity and character of the local neighborhood. Maybe Irvine. In closing, there is no justification for this project in this neighborhood. It is development at the expense of hundreds of existing homeowners, destroying a beloved community forever purely for the sake of monetary gain for a few individuals. It is disgraceful that this project was ever green-lighted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Victoria McConnell, followed by Lloyd Klein. Victoria McConnell, followed by Lloyd Klein, and after that will be Jet Tucker.
Hi, my name's Lloyd Klein. I live 1,000 feet down from the proposed site. My concerns are drainage, traffic, the density, and really everything else everyone else has been saying. This does not fit Joshua Tree. And we can't sustain what we have now with visitors coming in town. How are we going to sustain 100 more people in our small town? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to try again for Victoria McConnell. And then after that will be Jet Tucker, followed by Julianne Elliott.
Hi, my name is Jet Tucker. I live in Joshua Tree Village. I'm against the project. Lovemore Ranch project does not belong in the projected area. It's a case of too many homes and too little space. The area downslope already floods in small rain events. It floods all the way to Highway 62, and this will add to that flooding. In the past, the pit area in that project has acted as a catchment basin. That will be gone, and the raw desert will be covered with roofs, patios, and roads. And the water sheeting off all that hardscape will flood the homes directly north and continue downhill on Sunset and on Hillview. At the ranch's open house, the two engineers that were unavailable were the drainage engineer and the septic package plant engineer. And nobody could explain exactly how that would work. And I can see why, because it wasn't engineered. And I know Auto Camp has a septic package, but they're nowhere near the size and it's more remote. And I did not hear anything back from Mr. Kramer. I asked the questions and was told that they would get back to me. Nothing was ever said. As a Joshua Tree Village homeowner, I am surrounded by short-term rentals, 12 in fact, in my neighborhood that the county has had to notify me of, and that means they're very close. And a lot of them right now are not being utilized. And I don't think we need more of those. Or basically, it's small businesses in the neighborhood. And if this is going to happen in that area, it's not a good thing. And the county also needs to address that. So thank you, supervisors.
Thank you very much. Julianne Elliott, who will be followed by Keith Palmer and then Joni Tremblay.
Hello, my name is Keith. I'm a resident small business owner in Joshua Tree, a rural community that lacks many critical infrastructures like sewer system, natural gas distribution. We have crumbling roads that flood regularly, as others have mentioned. Our downtown businesses already struggle with flooding due to years of neglect by the state and the county. Despite these challenges, we're a vibrant working class community that values space over city life. A lot of people moved here for space and to get away from that. In a complete lack of understanding and critical analysis, the Planning Commission has fast-tracked a highly dense, urbanized, gated development in the heart of our village with no local planning commissioners involved in that decision. This overreach shows the urgent need for local control and local input. Gated communities like this are antithetical to Joshua Tree, where neighbors still walk the roads and greet each other. You don't wall off a community you want to be part of, Axel. You wall it off when you wall it off when you want to exclude it. Lovemore Ranch is not building community. It is clearly an attempt to create a privatized STR fortress. Lovemore Ranch would add 64 homes on 18 acres, increasing surrounding density from roughly 1 to 2 homes per acre to 6 homes per acre. Does that sound like it fits within the community plan? It also adds a wastewater treatment facility, as others have spoke on, 50 feet from existing homes with no scrutiny of its long-term function or potential failure if human waste from 64 homes doesn't process at the calculated rates, or if floodwaters erode the base soil. The increased traffic will turn sleepy streets into new thoroughfares and highways. It would destroy a robust Joshua Tree woodland ecosystem with no regard for the numerous endangered Joshua trees and equally old growth ecological, and replace it with golf course aesthetics. Plants such as numerous palms depicted in the designs aren't even native to this desert. This is greenwashing at its worst. I'm running out of time, so I'll go quick. At the last meeting, Commissioner Weldy said his conscience was clear, despite the fact that no community members were present to oppose the project. Well, Axel, there's more than 65 people.
30 seconds remaining.
Right, I, along with others, knocked on doors of homes, and I found residents dismayed at this project, disgusted by it, and feeling hopeless. And we're here to ask the Planning Commission to follow the laws of California and send this back to planning. I ran out of time to say the remaining of my comments, so I'll leave it for others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joni Tremblay. Joni Tremblay, followed by Sarah Taylor, and then Seth Zaharias.
We just start? Okay. Hi, my name is Joanie Tremblay, and I'm a concerned member of the community. I'm concerned with the mass grading, denuding the parcel of all the plants virtually. Re-landscaping is different from keeping the original native plants, roots, animal burrows, and the ecosystem. Our Joshua Tree community loves and are proud of our land conservation and proximity to the Joshua Tree National Park. Grading such a large amount of acres is not in concordance with our community vision and doesn't benefit our community. It only benefits monetarily the developers here. This gated community with a homeowner association would have lots considerably smaller than most of Joshua Tree here. And the costs, like many other people have talked about, would be very high. We are for housing, and I am for housing, and we love seeing new development around us that concords with the rest of Joshua Tree. Thus, we are all afraid, as you can see, that this development is a de facto hotel, basically of short-term rentals. We ask here the commission then if they can you add in the project a way that would be for sure that there would be no short-term rentals in this development. As you've seen, we're not been well informed of the project. We didn't receive proper notification. As you can see today, there's many people here, and that is because we were not informed before, and now we are. So we ask that we'll be more informed next time, and then we call also for the reinstatement of the Morongo Basin Municipal Advisory Council. So we will know next time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sarah Taylor, followed by Seth Zaharias, followed by Valerie Woodward.
Hi, I'm Sarah Taylor. I am a local resident of Joshua Tree and also a business owner and job provider in the community of Joshua Tree. I am not anti-development, but I am pro-sustainable, environmentally low-impact developments that serve the needs and hopefully the character of our community. Lovemore Ranch is none of these. There's a need for low and reasonable priced housing in our area. This does nothing for that. There's a need to protect our fragile ecosystem, especially the protected and endangered Western Joshua trees. This threatens them as well as the wildlife. The lack of transparency is emblematic of the overall lack of representation that we have from our county with the suspension of the MAC meetings that people have mentioned. The fact that there was no comment from Joshua Tree in January of last year just goes to show that the MBCA appeal is completely valid. When was the last time the county got no feedback whatsoever from Joshua Tree? When a notification was given? Never. That's when. This is obviously trying to fast track something that the community does not want. It doesn't serve the community. The gentleman earlier who mentioned the fences and the gates keep the community out, not let them in, just goes to show this is absolutely disturbing. The fact that JBWD hasn't heard at all from Axel regarding this wastewater facility. As someone who's been here for several major and minor flood events and owns a business that would be downstream from the proposed development site, this is more than disturbing. It's reprehensible. And quite frankly, anyone who's been here for any of that and been here for any amount of time knows what flows downhill. And our town is at the bottom of that hill. So please, I urge you to take very seriously the Morongo Basin Conservation Association's appeal and to stop the Lovemore development in its current state from occurring in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seth Zaharias, followed by Valerie Woodward, and then Peter Spur.
So I've only got 3 minutes. I'm going to move pretty quick here, Board of Supervisors. I hate to waste my time on this, but I got to do it. Opening this meeting with an evangelical prayer is extremely offensive to a non-Christian member of your constituency. I believe in your circles, they say, don't tread on me. Please follow that. Secondly, Axel, man, you are a liar and a gaslighter. If you've been climbing in this community for 10 years, we would know each other. I am extremely involved in this community. I'm extremely involved in the climbing community. You have not been climbing in Joshua Tree regularly for 10 years because we would know each other. Thirdly, everybody keeps seeing wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment. We're talking about a sewer system, right? Really what we're talking about is black water. We're talking about human turds. At 64 units, we're talking about a minimum of 128 turds per day going into an 18-acre parcel. That's insane.
Folks, they can't hear us out there, so if I could just ask you to keep it down just a little bit, please. Valerie Woodward, who will be followed by Peter Spur, and then Allie Irwin.
Hi, Valerie Woodard. Valerie Woodard, 20-year full-time resident of Joshua Tree. This project is an ill fit for our rural character and home density. I fully oppose this development. I have firsthand experience with these types of developments. Before moving to Joshua Tree, I lived in a similar development where the build-out of homes took over 15 years to complete. And it went through several reiterations with changes that weren't originally approved, with constant construction interrupting the daily lives of residents. That was in Orange County, where this project is expected and would be well suited. I inherited my mother's home in Yucca Valley, which is in a gated development similar to this project. It has been over 20 plus years since its inception, and it is now only 70% done. With 4 different developers, construction is still going on. It also had a package treatment plant, which was nothing but trouble from the start. Fortunately, they were able to connect to the sewer system, but it cost tens of thousands to dismantle it. This project would not have that option. How much longer will it take to complete this project? Question mark. 10 more years? How long? 30 years to build out that many homes? Ridiculous. What guarantees are given that once this beautiful parcel of land is mass graded, the project will ever be completed? Or will it become a dust bowl? Not a good risk, in my opinion. The surrounding neighborhoods do not deserve this type of ill-conceived development. Their quality of life should be our main concern, as they are your constituents, not the wants of one developer. And lastly, trying to sneak this project through under the radar reeks of corruption and needs to be investigated thoroughly. Save Joshua Tree.
Thank you very much. I'd like to announce also that we will take a 15-minute break at 12:30. Next up, we have Peter Spur, followed by Allie Irwin.
Thank you for taking a few moments for letting me do public commentary this morning. My name is Peter Spur, and I've been a licensed real estate broker in Joshua Tree for almost 21 years. My experience in our local real estate market spanning more than 2 decades qualifies me somewhat to share my opinion on the viability of selling these proposed homes. In my opinion, the project density and the projected sales price would prevent the homes from selling. Here's a snapshot of our market currently. This data was taken Sunday, April 6th, so it's a couple days old, but still should be accurate. Homes for sale in Joshua Tree. There's an eye-popping 184 homes currently on the market. That's a lot. Homes for sale in South Joshua Tree, south of Highway 62, to include the Lovemore Ranch area, 92. Homes for sale in South Joshua Tree is $700,000 or more, and I picked that price because that's the projected price point for the Lovemore Ranch homes. We still have 39 homes, but here's where it gets interesting. Homes in South Joshua Tree, $700,000 or more on a half acre or less. 3. Same category, homes for sale in South Joshua Tree, $700,000 or less on a half acre or less. I'm sorry, $700,000 or more on a half acre or less that were actually sold in the last month. In the last 6 months, one sale. I'm going to expand on that sale. That was on Prescott Trail, not too far from the Lovemore Ranch site, sold for $705,000, but that was a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, over 2,400 square feet on a small lot, but still a larger lot than the Lovemore Ranch offers. And I might add, no HOA fee. In contrast, I tallied up the homes that sold in Joshua Tree for $700,000 or more on a half acre or larger that actually sold in the past 6 months, and there are 13 sales. So it averaging slightly more than 2 a month. Each one of those had at least 1 full acre of land. The obvious takeaway, Home buyers with the purchasing power at or above $700,000 will opt for homes with acreage. Again, the density of Lovemore Ranch will not be conducive to sales. And while the County Board of Supervisors may not be concerned with the success or viability of any proposed development, perhaps they should be, for it is the nearby residents that will suffer the eyesore of a stalled project and the subject to that hazardous air quality of the scraped terrain with vacant lots and unsold properties. This project should be revised to lot sizes more in step with real estate reality and lot sizes of a half acre.
That's time.
Thank you very much. Ali Irwin, who will be followed by Casey Kiernan and then Avery Zolan.
And then Avery Zolan.
Hey, everybody. Why don't you take a breath, take a deep breath, and listen some more. I want to thank my Joshua Tree neighbors and MBCA for speaking so brilliantly and passionately today. About 100 of us attended that meeting held by Lovemore in this very room in August. We were not informed of the next action, the Planning Committee hearing that was held in January. Perhaps our Planning Commissioner, Michael Stoffel, was also not informed because he was not at the hearing, and it is his job to represent us. In fact, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors are so out of touch, they assumed we were sitting in the Bob Burke Center participating by live feed. Here are some of the transcript from the meeting. Chairman Jonathan Weldy said, "We have people joining us from the Bob Burke Center in Joshua Tree. I can't see you yet, but welcome." Weldy said, "Assuming we have comments from Joshua Tree, we will go to them. According to staff, we do not have speakers out in JT. We're not desperate, but you're on notice. Fill out a speaker form. Do we hear anything from Joshua Tree? All right. Oh, well, my conscience is clear." But there was no one at the Bob Burke Center. How could you not know that? Why must residents do a GoFundMe to retain a lawyer? Why did MBCA have to do all this work, brilliant work, and then pay more than $1,000 to make this very appeal today? Why do we not have a MAC, a Municipal Advisory Council for unincorporated, underrepresented Joshua Tree? Our tourism provides the county with a lot of tax dollars. We have no infrastructure for it. Do you think we have infrastructure for the high density, overpriced, outside the bounds of our community plan, wildly inappropriate and tone deaf project that is Lovemore Ranch? Please protect the quality of life here by protecting what precious little undisturbed land that is left in our town.
Thank you. Casey Kiernan, followed by Avery Zolan.
Hello, my name is Casey Kiernan, and I'm a 10-year resident of Joshua Tree. And first of all, I'd like to echo Stacy's comments that this is not Victorville, this is not Colton, this is not Hesperian. Those places have roads, they have water, they have sewage, they can handle all that. So it has to be painfully obvious that you're trying to force fit that high density home model into a place where it doesn't belong. But let's get back to the main point here. So I know the county has this fantasy of seceding from California, but Joshua Tree is not going anywhere. So pay attention to us, pay attention to our tax dollars. Where are our tax dollars going? Like literally where are our tax dollars going? They're not going to the roads, they're not going to the sewer, they're not going to manage our water. Like where are those tax dollars going? Why aren't they going to us? I'll give you a little background. So I manage a social media site called Visit Joshua Tree, and it has about 100,000 followers. So I talk to tourists every single day. I know what tourists are interested. So I have a question for the Board of Supervisors. What is the number one reason people come to Joshua Tree? I'll wait for an answer.
Sir, during
believe-
public comment, we just take comments from you.
I know. I believe you don't know the answer. That's why I asked the question. They don't come here for gated communities. They don't come here for high dense populations to live on a street that's you're next to 10 of your other neighbors. The number one reason people come to Joshua Tree is for the dark skies. Number one reason. And when I say dark skies, what I mean is it's the open desert. It's the openness of the place. So, and nothing about this love, it's so funny that it has the word love in the title. That's like so marketing PR. I mean, it's like, do you really think that we're that stupid? It's like, this is the Lovemore Ranch. Oh my God, it's so terrible. You guys, it's just so terrible. People come here for the dark skies and the open desert. So please, San Bernardino County, spend some money on the number one tourist attraction in your area that's known worldwide. Nobody cares about Colton in the world. Nobody cares about San Bernardino. But when you say Joshua Tree, they know exactly what you're talking about. And they're not talking about
time.
They're not talking about gated
Avery Zoellen, who will be followed by Dawn Davis.
Hello. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name's Avery. I work for a nonprofit. It's Co-Harvest Foundation. We build school gardens, community gardens. We work with mutual aid organizations, community centers, just like this one throughout San Diego and Southern California in general. I'm speaking because I am an enthusiastic supporter for this build for Lovemore Ranch development, which I believe will have a significant impact on the community, particularly in addressing food insecurity in the region. As you know, the county of San Bernardino has a huge issue with food insecurity. We can laugh all we want and jeer all we want. That's a huge issue here, especially for seniors. It just rose from 2019 to the current rate at 19%. And one of the things that this development is going to do is address that issue by having the first large-scale community food production site at the property. This isn't just talk, right? We're not just saying we're going to do something, put love in the name for the interest for you guys to trick y'all. That's not what it's about. All right. This is something that we believe in. This is something that I've focused my life on environmental stewardship. And as someone who is focused on urban agriculture and also environmental injustices, which my focus is food insecurity, I can confidently say that the leadership behind this group is fully committed to this. Not only is this project going to increase the ability for food production to come out of this site, we're going to be able to, it's a community food production area. And there's going to be multiple on this site. And so part of that process is that there's going to be food grown and it's going to be for the community as well. Now, we can talk all we want about how the gates keep people out, but property lines are property lines and we have gates. I agree that environmental stewardship, and I appreciate the grassroots efforts out here. Unfortunately, using environmentalism in bad faith and not listening to the environmental impact reports, not listening to the hydrology reports and claiming that they're based off of some leadership or some credentialed professional that you don't trust is okay and fair and well. But let's also trust the professionals when they are doing these environmental impact reports and showing the data. Let's listen to the data. Let's understand how much impact this is going to happen. I believe in dark skies. I believe in coming out here every day to make sure we can see the sky, we can see the beautiful stars, we can see the Milky Way. But we also can't use environmentalism. We can't use this as a mantra to fight something that's also going to benefit your community. So as long as we're going to do this and we're going to have this bad faith argument, this grassroots movement won't move forward in protecting, which in the next 4 years, we have a lot to protect here in Joshua Tree. So we need to harness this effort that we have here for causes that are a little bit more impactful.
That's
my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn Davis will be our next speaker, and then we will resume our public comment at 12:45.
Hey, folks, thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is John Davis. I'm a 9-year resident of Joshua Tree, and I do live down in the village, also downstream of the Lovemore project. The density of the proposed project is not consistent with some of the goals and policies of the general plan, our community plan, community action guide, or the development code. The information in the staff report misled the Planning Commission as to the existing surrounding built density. The 7,200 square foot per lot that the project utilizes equates to 0.165 of an acre or 0.17 if we're being generous. Even in the pre-existing denser lots to the north, none are this small. 7,200 square feet is the minimum lot size allowed. That is not the same, nor does it equate with the density allowed. The numbers for the density allowed and how many units they could have built is inconsistent, inflated, and erroneous throughout the staff report. Is it 64 dwelling units or 64 lots? Or is it going to be 112 dwelling units because of proposed ADUs? If we look at Table 82-9C titled Residential Land Use Zoning District Development Standards for the Desert Region, it shows that there is no minimum density required, but indicates maximum density is 4 units per acre. Immediately to the south and to the west, the land use designation is very low density residential, which is 0 to 2 dwelling units per acre. With the responsibility to protect Joshua trees and Mojave yuccas, along with other desert native plants, as well as the responsibility to protect the character and aesthetics of the community, this is the land use category that this parcel should have been. That, along with the limitations of septic systems on half-acre or larger parcels and the need to move water and wildlife through parcels, leads to this being the obvious solution. Further, the process of aligning the general plan, community plan and action guides, land use categories, zoning and development codes has not been completed in 5 years since the 2020 countywide plan work was done. Historically, this is not a community of homeowners associations or gated communities. Read the room. When you come to town, look around. Nor have any multifamily developments come in and essentially bladed the entire parcel. Previous developers have cut in roads and infilled with new homes over time, leaving many parcels filled with native plants and maintaining the desert character of the neighborhood. Here's a map to show you. Historically, if you can see this map, it shows that even the densest area, 20% of the lots remain native, whereas this project might leave a total of 5% of native desert, making it completely inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We are recessed until 12:45. We are going to reconvene our public meeting. Our supervisors are in a place where they can hear the rest of the public comment. They will be joining us shortly. Our next speaker up at 12:45 will be Melissa Spur, followed by Lorraine Turk, and then Christina Byers. So we'll get going here in 1 minute. Minutes? Rick lives in Yucca. Yeah. Is he here? All right. Melissa, followed by Lorraine Turk, and then Christina Byers.
Hi, I'm Melissa Spur. I'm a 21-year resident of Joshua Tree, and I just want to say that I adamantly oppose this project, and I am in full agreement with everyone who has spoken before me, especially with regards to wastewater and flooding and unspecified conditional use permits, inaccurate CEQA study, traffic, and the inconsistency in the project, and it's out of character with the community, and it's unaffordable. And I also would like to say that I'm outraged that the Planning Commission approved this and cleared their conscience because nobody was speaking out. And it doesn't matter that nobody was there, because you should be representing us regardless. You did not give this project the required scrutiny that it needed. And if we were a community that couldn't speak for ourselves, I would fear for us. But fortunately we are, and we've spoken very eloquently. And I would also like to ask, if this project is so awesome and so great and so eco-friendly and so good for everybody, why not slow down? Why do you have to fast track it and approve it? Why not open it up to daylight? And also, Mr. Kramer, I looked at your website, and you are apparently a graduate of UC Berkeley with a degree in mathematics. And I also graduated with a degree in mathematics from the University of California. And I don't know, it's the math is not mathing for me, so I don't know how this works for you. And if I were an investor, I would run screaming from this project. I'm also a realtor, like my husband. And you claim to love Joshua Tree. You love this place. And if this is your way of expressing your love, please, I beg you to love us less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lorraine Turk, followed by Christina Byers, and then Matt Tanicello.
Hello, supervisors, and also the audience at both places. My hope for today is that the supervisors will approve the appeal and that Mr. Kramer and his planners will truly hear what's said today, and they will make changes to their plans that will result in an appropriate and affordable model housing project for Joshua Tree. I am totally supportive of the many concerns expressed, but I'm not going to repeat them. All of those previously mentioned issues and a CEQA review must be attended to, but my greatest concern is how inappropriate in density this project is. It was presented as a wonderfully environmentally appropriate housing project with sensitivity to the culture and spirit of the Joshua Tree community, and that is clearly not the case, as demonstrated by all the comments today. I hope that Mr. Kramer and his planners can reboot their thinking and attend to what's being said here and come up with something really good for Joshua Tree, a true model, a real model of environmentally conscious housing as seen in Joshua Tree. There are many local experts in all facets of development here in the Morongo Basin. Consult them, for Pete's sake. I mean, what I've understood is that most of the people involved in this planning are not from here. I don't know if anyone locally has been consulted. I think that would be a very smart move after hopefully the supervisors will approve our appeal. In order to retain the hallmark of being an environmentally conscious community, I think many Joshua Tree residents would welcome the potential of an affordable and unique housing development that reflects our dedication to the need for housing, but especially the need to maintain the natural features that make Joshua Tree what it is and represent the culture of Joshua Tree as described here today in so many ways. So, a lower home density plan with all of the critical water, drainage, sewage, and traffic issues resolved could just possibly be something good for our community and for the Morongo Basin. It's my heartfelt wish that that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Byers, followed by Matt Tanicello, and then Ryan Marine.
Mine is very simple. Just think of Joshua Tree. We've all seen The Wizard of Oz. Just think of our Joshua Tree as a little pearl, like the land of Oz. And now not just one house is going to land in the middle of Oz. 62 houses are going to land in the middle of Oz. And it's going to be, what the heck happened here? This does not belong here. That's all I have to say. And bring back Mac.
Thank you very much. Matt Tanicello, followed by Ryan Marine, and then Kaylee Neiman.
Hi, my name is Ryan Marine. I've been a Joshua Tree resident for just over 13 months now, so I don't really have the bona fides that a lot of the speakers in this room have. And in the interest of not introducing any redundant testimony, I think a lot of these people have said their piece and they could say it way better than I could, but I'd like to make an appeal directly to Mr. Kramer right now. And I would ask I would give you some advice as one newcomer to another that you just please respect and listen to your neighbors. I watched your presentation. It had a lot of great buzzwords, but it also just reeked with the sort of rank, unctuous, smug arrogance that is very rarely encountered outside of coastal California. And I don't think these people need you to come in here and be their savior. The desert is a very harsh environment, and the people here are extraordinarily resilient. They don't need you bringing sustainable development and vertical community farms for freaking food insecure seniors. Crazy. Or you're filling their coffers with property taxes, which I'm not sure if you're aware, Joshua Tree is an unincorporated community. We don't pay any sort of city taxes, property taxes. All property taxes go directly to, over here, the county of San Bernardino. There's no guarantee we're going to see a dime of those increased property taxes. And so all I'd like you to say is that if you are truly committed to this community, if you're going to move here and do it, please leave the community better than you found it. When my boyfriend and I moved out here, we didn't bulldoze, we didn't clear cut. We bought a distressed abandoned house with the intention that we were going to become part of this community and leave it better than they found it. And I would really just ask that you do the same and listen to your neighbors. Thank you so much for your time.
Kaylee Neiman, followed by Bonnie Hawthorne, and then Pat Flanagan.
Can I go? Hi, I'm Kaylee. I've lived in the area for 6 years. I'm a self-made small business owner. I'm also a mother. My children go to a school that's less than a mile away from this development. There are a ton of school buses from various schools that go past Altaloma. There are kids walking home, people cycling, biking, jogging, and there's already so much traffic and so many car accidents, and you're putting the lives of children at risk with a development that is this close to one of our most popular elementary schools. And also I'd like to say that I'm spearheading our own garden at the school, so we will have plenty of food supplied just by my school alone, not to mention the various other MUSD schools that also have community gardens, so stop with the greenwashing BS. To continue another person's speech, Love More's community roundtable in August 2024 was purely an orchestrated photo op to give you the impression that Axel had community buy-in while he worked to do the minimum to keep the public informed of hearings. Public comment from August was withheld from his application. Feedback was filtered. No audio or video evidence was provided for planning consideration. And yet, the commission moved ahead like the community had been heard despite 2 county officials being present. Why was this omitted from the staff report? This thought lounge was not a substitute for real public input in an open forum. Homes will, by all estimates, cost well over $700,000, far beyond the reach of most local families. With a CUP permit, this development will become a luxury resort for out-of-town investors. The central pool, hot tubs, tiny home layout, the density is more like a boutique hotel than a neighborhood. This isn't about more housing for locals. It's truly about extracting profit and sending it to San Francisco, San Diego, LA, while creating a hotel masquerading as a neighborhood. Approving this project sets a dangerous precedent, opening the door for more high-density speculative developments across the Morongo Basin. Joshua Tree isn't something you can co-opt. It's a living community, and we deserve to be heard. I urge the supervisors to vote no. Also, we are 10 minutes from the west entrance of Joshua Tree National Park at the Lovemore Ranch development, not 5. Have you ever even driven it, Axel? I don't think you have. You don't even know the distance. That's how out of touch he is with the needs of our community. Please vote no on this very irresponsible development. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Hawthorne, then Pat Flanagan, then Ava Solstice.
Well, I've rewritten my comments about 20 times because a lot of people have covered the main points very well. But nobody's addressed the fact that I can't see you guys and the room cannot hear me unless they just hear my voice because there's no speaker here. Why? Because this is not our room. Our room was taken from us and you lied about how nobody showed up and there was never any. And I have photos of people in overflow rooms. There were 63 people here today. We need representation. You guys have heard the expression representation without taxation or I got it wrong, but that actually would be so much better. So I'm basically here to say, approve the appeal. Listen, we've already heard about the traffic, the sewage, the flood danger. We just need to oppose this boondoggle. That's an old-fashioned word. Trump likes old-fashioned words like groceries. Boondoggle is another one of those old-fashioned words. Let's be honest. This is a resort. You guys, this is not single-family dwellings. It's a resort. Nobody's going to want to live in a $700,000 tract home. It's a resort. And what do resorts mean? TOT tax. What does TOT tax mean? General fund money that we never see again. We still don't have trash cans in downtown Joshua Tree. We still don't have public bathrooms in downtown Joshua Tree. Nobody knows except for our supervisor where the TOT tax goes, right? So yeah, this will generate a lot of TOT when it's a resort. I remember when Axel Kramer first infiltrated our community. He hit social media hard with a charming story about how he and his fiance wanted to start a life here, to build a dream home. He really, really wanted the community to like him and to be okay with what he was going to build. And he hauled all those tires out by himself. And it was so thoughtful, and people welcomed him with open arms. How we got from a dream home to this project remains a mystery to me. But now it's clear that Axel is a shark in dolphins' clothing. He politely asked to join the pod and then devoured everything in sight, or he wants to. This was always about real estate speculation and development for profit. Since we now know he's not above lying to get what he wants, who knows what this project really is? Will it be a community? No, very unlikely. He will possibly flip it for maximum profit. I mean, that's a great plan.
So then is the next owner gonna have a community garden and
That's
help
time.
seniors?
Pat Flanagan, followed by Ava Soltis, followed by David Fick.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Can we hear okay? I'm on the board of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association, so watch me. And I'm also been commenting before the supervisors and the planning commission for over 20 years. And I am now, for the first time, being informed that in the letters that I send in, or that we have to specifically say, please let us know what's coming forward. That is brand new. And I'm not sure how that works with CEQA, because the California Environmental Quality Act requires state and local government agencies to inform decision makers and the public about the potential environmental impacts of proposed projects and to reduce those environmental impacts to the extent feasible. So we need to get that information out. Putting it in the desert sun, as they state, doesn't do the work. Why didn't they put it into the High Desert Star or the Desert Trail? Or why didn't they put it on Z107 where people would actually get the information? So I'm going to suggest that that is something done in the future. I'm also going to suggest that if you're going to do a biological survey, that you don't do it at the end of July, because the chances are you're going to miss a few things because they're either underground, they didn't grow, or they've passed already. So please do them in the right time of year to actually get you information. And then, so as not to say what everybody else has said, I will comment. We've seen the pictures of where Lovemore Ranch is going to look like, what it's going to look like, and it doesn't look like any of the land surrounding it. And I understand that they actually have not been in contact with the water agency, and I can understand why, because they're planning to put vegetation in there which will use more water than probably the entire area of Joshua Tree uses to keep those plants watered. And but that might invest people. They want to come and live there. It's not that they'll be living in the desert, they'll be living in some kind of a park. So I think that's about all I have to say, because everything else has been said. Please bring this back to the Planning Commission and do not approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava Soltis, followed by David Fick, and then Kim Stringfellow.
Okay, when do I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, honorable supervisors. I'm David Fick, 40-year resident of Joshua Tree, 20-year board member of MBCA, and 2-year board member of Joshua Basin Water District. I've been involved for over 30 years in desert water concerns. I was a 2022 Minerva Hoyt Award winner for defeating or helping be the core defeat of 3 mega dumps, and that involves a lot of water concerns. Our basic problem is 70 years ago, our county zoned this area, not really knowing what's going on, and they were 80 miles away. And they keep on trying to do this one size fits all in Joshua Tree. That doesn't work. Being on the water board, I do have water network connections, and I've delved into how much this Lovemore Ranch group knows about wastewater treatment plants. They're very convincing and they know everything, but actually all they've done is they have a concept of a water treatment plant because they haven't filled out the Form 200, which they've been requested several times to do. And so that's a problem because they don't know what they're doing. And you'd say, well, these are professionals. They always know what they're doing. They're engineers and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, we have
I have all the correspondence between the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Board and Axel Kramer, and they still haven't done the Form 200. The awkward part is everybody they just think that these people know everything they're doing, except for Axel Kramer up until December 9th was insisting that we, Joshua Mesa Water District, get our water from the Colorado River. We corrected him, or tried to correct him. He challenged us. He challenged 2 board members of Joshua's Water District that we didn't know where our water came from. We tried to convince him, and eventually when he talked to the Region 7 group, the Colorado River Basin, on December 9th, he was able to convince them, or they were able to convince him that yes, our water comes from the ground and from Mojave Water Agency. So that doesn't impress me with their depth of understanding what they're doing. Okay, so I just got a small text saying about the errata. And the errata is, that's when they figured out that the water runoff from the stormwater would be coming off. So anyway, mentioned that the detention pond in the errata was not indicated on the approved site map. Also asked how many houses in the wastewater treatment facility designed for. This will indicate how many final houses for the project is designed for. That's a direct text from somebody, maybe our lawyer. So I'm hoping MBCA and JTV.
Thank you very much. Kim Stringfellow, followed by Cody Briggs, and then Emily Felt.
They have a timer.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Stringfellow. I am a Friendly Hills resident, which is very close to where this proposed development will be sited. I am a 15-year resident of the Morongo Basin. I want to comment that I am angry that our 3rd District County Representative, Don Rao, and her proxy local representative fast-tracked the 64-home gated community in Joshua Tree without proper neighborhood notification to allow us public comment before greenlighting this poorly sited development. I received no information about this, and I think you can do a better job getting this information out to the community. That goes for our local representative, Glenn Harris, who's not here today, and I'm wondering why we don't have the representative of our community at this meeting to answer questions. I believe it was about 5 years ago that Representative Rao dissolved the MAC community meetings. This supported a mechanism for local democratic process to inform our community of actions that will directly and negatively affect our quality of life here in rural, unincorporated San Bernardino County. Our county is no longer fairly represented because of this, and this is why we are here today, angry about this being fast-tracked, this development being fast-tracked here. I believe that the county and the state should immediately restructure the MAC so we can have our voice heard. I want to also comment that Mr. Kramer, your presentation was the most blatant greenwashing I have ever heard at a public planning meeting. I think it was egregious. And you are so unauthentic and you do not belong in this community. Thank you.
Cody Briggs, followed by Emily Felt. Cody Briggs, and then Emily Felt. Emily Felt.
Hi, I'm Emily. I think I am last. I don't have anything really prepared. I am a newer resident. I just moved here in September. I've been welcomed by the community, and I am strongly opposed to this. And I just wanted to make a note that there was only one person who spoke in support, and while he has very honorable intentions of addressing food scarcity and loves Joshua Tree, apparently, he does not live here. He's the only person who spoke in support of it, and he does not live here in this community. Everybody has very eloquently spoken why we all oppose this here. But so I'll just, since I think I am the last person, I'll just conclude it this way. Whenever I tell somebody when I'm traveling around about, say like, where do you live? And I say, I live in Joshua Tree. Everybody goes, oh, Joshua Tree. Oh, I love it there. It's so beautiful. It's wonderful. I've lived in many places. I've never gotten that. And the reason people do that is because this is a unique and special community. And I think it's very important to honor the people that live here who make that community unique and special. And we are wonderful stewards of the environment here. We live in community with the animals, with the foliage, with this is the desert. We love the dark sky. Please keep this. I urge you, listen to the people that live here. Keep this special and unique. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the last request to speak that I have. So now we will bring it back and we will hear from the applicant. You will have 5 minutes to come up and address any of the concerns that you've heard in public comment, and then we will turn it over to the appellant for 5 minutes of final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Honorable Board of Supervisors, Honorable Chair. Just to make sure, will you be asking questions to your staff after my statement and the appellant's statement? Or will the board, sorry. Because I just remembered that being part of the process. I'm just wondering.
That's a great clarification point. So if the board has questions of either land use services or the appellant or the applicant, we would do that after the remaining 2 5-minute segments?
Because I thought these were closing statements, was my understanding.
Yeah, that would be a good opportunity to do it at that point in time. But after they make their statements, and then if you have any questions of staff, you can ask the questions of staff. You could also ask them questions now if you have them. Or later, if you want to bring them back.
Any questions now? Supervisor Hagman?
When the themes were about water, sewage, just want to hear it again from your side. What commitments do we have will serve or not? You know, what process that is for the development.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt, for that question. So today we do have our CEQA consultant, our hydrology consultant here, if you need more technical specifications. But the requirements are for us to get an EHS permit and a permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. These are conditions of approval that come after the approval of the tentative map.
All right, seeing no other questions for you at this time, I'll go ahead and ask you to do your 5-minute closing statement, please.
Sure. So first off, we've heard a lot of comment today, and I want to express that anyone who's angry and frustrated and hurt, that I'm sorry for that. That hurts me too, because I am a part of this community. And I'm not going to play he said, she said. The Board of Supervisors has the facts, and our team has worked exceptionally hard over 4.5 years to produce over 20 studies that technically detail all the answers to the questions that have been brought up today. The staff did a tremendous job in their staff report and in their presentation to address each and every issue. attending a meeting like this is courageous, and I'm always grateful to anyone who spends time giving their attention to a community, including the appealing body. I want to mention that it's also courageous on the supporting side. There are several members of our community who I know who had told me they wanted to attend but did not attend, and I also know there are people who said I would attend, but I'm feeling scared to do so. Just now in the hall, I had someone come up to me and yell in my face. That's hard to deal with, and it's understandable. And this is the appealing body that we're talking about. Yes, there is a much wider community than only the appealing body that's here and spoken today, but their opinion and their vision is also valid, and I'm very glad that we're able to hear that. So in closing, today, after hearing everything that I've heard, more than ever, I am absolutely confident that this is an amazing opportunity for this community to house a benchmark sustainable development. We will add much needed housing supply. We'll light the way for future construction. Most of the homes in Joshua Tree were built in the 40s and 50s. They have about 75-year lifespans. They were built post-World War II, quick and cheap, and they are in the process of being rebuilt. Some of the appellant mentioned that they have recently moved to Joshua Tree and done just that. In this project, we're introducing cutting-edge sustainable land design, materials, construction methods that will create 150-year plus structures. We're going to have, there are parts of this doing the master plan that achieve what I call sustainabilities of scale, where, for example, utilizing shared utilities, having a package treatment plant, having, all the different shared resources, we're able to achieve a sustainability of scale, such as having a solar microgrid, water heating, a community with all electric appliances. This community will have incredible amenities, learning spaces for kids, a community center, gardens, walking paths, a sport court, a warm-up climbing wall before you hit the boulders, a caring staff, especially for children and those in their retirement years who have indicated that they are interested in the property. And it'll bring 64 residents like myself to Joshua Tree who value the design principles that we are designing for of sanctuary, dark night skies. This is why I come out there. And yes, I believe it's possible to have this project and for it to deepen our relationship with nature. And not just for the people who live there, but for people, for their friends and families, and for generations to come. Joshua Tree is amazing. This is why we're all here. I wake up in the morning and I'm 20 minutes from my latest bouldering project. In the afternoon, I get to go to the farmer's market, and at night, I can go to Pappy and Harriet's and watch Paul McCartney. I and my team are excited and humbled to have the opportunity to steward this project. We are humbled to have the opportunity to steward this project. And I believe, and I'm convinced, and I believe that we've done a very good job proving over 4.5 years that we're going to do just that and create a benchmark sustainable community in Joshua Tree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will ask the appellants to come back up and offer their 5 minutes of closing statement after our board members may or may not have any questions for you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to make this closing statement here. I've asked Nelson Day has offered to provide some facts that will be very substantive in the decision you're about to make.
Did you have any questions before we do the closing remarks?
Supervisor Cook.
Yeah, maybe I missed something, but earthquakes. What is do you have a take on this? And somebody who's lived in California for a long while, we've had our share in the basin there, both when I was on the basin and when I wasn't. Can you comment on that? I don't know if there's a mathematical probability when the next earthquake is going to be, or what. It might be when my wife gets mad at me for not getting home on time, but if you could say something about that.
Well, of course, this project is not far from the Pinto Fault, which terminates right in 29 Palms. So it's with the Oasis of Mara. And that's the reason the Oasis of Mara is there. So it's very close to an earthquake fault. And when the big one hits, if the big one hits along that fault, there'll definitely be some damage. Perhaps damage to the wastewater system, perhaps damage to the detention facility, damage as with anything else. It's an eventuality that could happen, and to what degree that should be considered in this, I'm not sure is really appropriate, but or relevant, I should say, is perhaps the word. The main concern is well, let me leave this to, we'll go from here. Are there any other questions you might have for me before Nelson makes his final 5-minute speech?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, as a community, we organized to have a unified front on this matter, and we have 397 signatures on a locally circulated petition that gives us a unified demand list for our community. And what we don't expect is for Axel to abandon his project. We're not asking him to not develop his land. He has every right to develop his land. What we are asking for is half-acre lots on the tract map. This will remove the need for the sewage treatment facility and make us feel much more comfortable with the project. We're asking that each structure will have its own septic system, proper stormwater retention, and as a local, I've observed people that are developing land, and our unique process is either build around the Joshua trees or have them transplanted someplace else by a professional. We'd like that standard to be also preserved, and we'd like a commitment for Leavenworth Ranch to meet with the water district, and we'd like a public commitment that the project will not become a resort. And we also require a complete and comprehensive traffic study. To summarize our position, our lawyer, who is currently on retainer with funds raised by our community, has identified multiple CEQA violations in the initial study and has written 2 letters to the board to indicate these known violations. In its current form, this project will never hold up in court. The responses provided by the county are an inept attempt to cover up glaring issues that need proper consideration. Even the idea that a sewage treatment facility can be designed after the tract map approval is a CEQA violation. That's piecemeal design, not allowed by CEQA. Stormwater, traffic, and the sewage plant are of the utmost importance to our beautiful neighborhood community. The fastest path forward for this project is to address the known CEQA violations by sending it back through the design process and planning commission to meet CEQA standards and include the community with proper notification process. Our community can be an asset to the project or we can oppose it. But we won't allow this type of half-baked engineering and planning to enter our beloved community. And if the project continues as it is currently described, we will file a lawsuit tomorrow. As we have demonstrated today, and as we have in our past, our community has the resources and determination to hold everyone involved in this project accountable to current standards and expectations put in place by the county to protect our community from a disastrous project. Thank you for this opportunity to present our grievances with this project, and we look forward to a positive outcome from this hearing.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask staff to join us. Did you have any other additional comments, Steve?
The only thing, I just think it's really important, the initial study needs to look at this project as a whole. You can't be kicking things down the road. The project has a tract map. It includes a wastewater treatment system. This needs to be thoroughly explored and analyzed before the initial study can be certified. What is it with these recreation facilities? What's happening in these recreation facilities? There's no definition about it. It's just some sort of vague word salad of stuff that might be going in there. There needs to be specifics that are addressed within the initial study, and that is really what we're asking for, is just look at this thing thoroughly and carefully and make sure it's really disclosed properly. The whole question of notification, of course, this is a problem. We wouldn't be here today taking all of this valuable time if if the more effort had been put into notifying people about this. So I encourage you to see what we can do to improve that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll bring staff back up. Mark, I'm going to put you in the hot seat and I'm going to lead. We heard Mr. Bardwell say when he first started his 15 minutes that it was exceptionally inconsiderate how we noticed the public on this project for the Planning Commission meeting. And I know that I had asked that we do whatever we could. I wasn't familiar with the project at that time. It has projects have an opportunity to change before they reach the Board of Supervisors. And so we look at them when they come before us. So I was familiar that there was a project moving through the system, but not intimate in the details. But it was important to me to make sure that our residents had the opportunity that they could to be notified, to have access up there, and to have, at that time, the Bogberg Center open. And I know that we have a competing department that has made it very difficult for us to take public comment in there, and that's why we've moved it over to the Joshua Tree Community Center, which I appreciate all the work that's been done today to have that happen. But I think we fell short as a county. I don't think that we may have done, and I heard you say this, all that we were legally required to do. But in today's day and age of technology, where we can push this out in our newsletters, where we can do more than we are legally obliged to do, I do think we have a responsibility to do that for our residents, especially our rural residents. So I would ask that if we can do better next time that we do, and I understand you're saying it was legally done, but I know from my staff that the Bogberg Center was open, they were there, but I don't think that the county did an adequate job of notifying the public on this. And so I think that there were areas that we could do better. So if you want to address that now, I would welcome that.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Rowe. I agree. I think that for us in establishing the government center as a meeting site, we didn't secure it soon enough, and we didn't provide really an adequate or reasonable public information notification, not the legal requirement for it being accessible, but the fact that we could have done better at sending out courtesy notices and using our email networks with the people who we know are concerned with this. I mean, we know about MBCA, and I think that was a failing on our part, and we've already taken some actions to address that in the future, to make sure that our notices are complete, and some of our internal systems have some chaos associated with them, so we're cleaning those up. I do agree, and we are making a concerted effort in the future to not experience this and to make sure everybody has reasonable and reliable information.
Thank you. In going in reverse of what we have heard today, I'd like to start with what Mr. Bardwell just said, that we look at this as a whole. Can you speak to that when we're asked to approve a map such as this? How is it looked at, and how is it not looked at as a whole for consideration? And I know it's zoned appropriately within the general plan, and I did hear you in your presentation, but we've heard some conflicting things. So I'm wanting to make sure that I'm understanding correctly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So with the filing of an application, this was first filed, and we reviewed, we evaluated, and the applicant changed their proposal from more than 70 to this number. So in the processing of the tentative map, we're completing a general plan consistency evaluation, which we completed, the development code analysis, and in this case, with the plan or the project relying on the density associated with the general plan, the development code we're looking at for the specific development standards, the setbacks, the parking requirements, and building height. So we look at that. We also evaluate the context of the project to its community. And based on the policies and criteria of the general plan and development code, we make assessments. We negotiate with the applicant, we give comments, and then at the same time, when we route the project for review, internal review, we include a variety of departments: Public Works, Environmental Health, fire, and then our own building, land, and planning divisions. And in that effort, we are identifying the special studies that need to be completed that are with or separate to the CEQA process. In this case, the initial study identified a number of issues, and they were generally associated with biology and site conditions. And so that initial study identifies grading, runoff, the biological, the cultural requirements, and then those items become addressed in the environmental statement and become the mitigation monitoring plan. And it also feeds into the conditioning of the project. The conditions for this project and any other project have different phases. This essentially, as a subdivision, is at a very high level. And as it proceeds through its conditions of approval, if it were approved, we would have progressive evaluation and analysis of all of the projects. So we'll have additional and more detailed grading review, additional and more detailed surface runoff, and also the review and detailing of a water retention plan. So all of those, which are common in any conditional use permit as well as a tentative map, all of those become progressively refined and detailed as the project moves through the process. The first step is approving or not approving a tentative map. So in this case, the septic facilities, the septic system is intended to be, it's not a facility, it's a septic program. And that has been preliminarily now reviewed by EHS and by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So the initial assessment is that a septic system of that scale and magnitude will be required. The development of the specific plans are subsequent to an approval. Once approved, and if they proceed, they'll submit those plans and they'll be further reviewed by planning, by land use, by EHS, and by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So this is the first of many steps in the sequence of development.
So, and I have two additional questions for you as it goes through the process that you've described. When you mentioned that it will be looked at by all those different entities, will the public have an opportunity at any of those junctures to weigh in?
When it's public record, they may review it, but as a body, we won't be asking them for the technical information associated with the project review and approval.
So then let's talk about traffic circulation. Was a traffic study done on this project?
A traffic assessment was completed on this particular project. And in this case, it was determined that the project was a project analysis report was prepared by the applicant's firm, the Gandini Group, and based on the trip generation rates associated with this project, and their analysis was at the actually higher level of a 75-unit project, not the now proposed 64. That assessment is then submitted to Land Use Services and to Department of Public Works, and it's reviewed to the traffic and trip generation models that are adopted by the Department of Public Works. In this case, the project only generated 708 daily trips, and it did not meet the requirement for the preparation of a detailed transportation impact study based on county-established screening criteria.
I'm familiar with Altaloma. That we heard a public speaker today say the traffic on that street goes about 65. That's when Apple Maps and Waze aren't routing our tourists up on Altaloma off of Highway 62, and you can actually pass through there without traffic impediment. And she's right. Our school buses go up and down there. It is a lot between Sunny Vista, where we have Friendly Hills Elementary, and Park Avenue. And the intersection at Park Avenue, which I'm working with Public Works on, is problematic as you're coming uphill to the south. And if you were to make a westbound turn onto Altaloma, where if you were coming from the village, most of these folks would be going to and from, like, that is an intersection that will have impact from the trips that are generated from this. What can we at the county do to ensure that our local residents, our school buses, the fire department that is on Park Avenue, all have appropriate ingress and egress as we're adding more housing stock? And I want to get to that, and I'm going to have a question for our county council on the Housing Accountability Act and our legal constraints there. But if you can speak to what can we do to go above and beyond in terms of traffic studies and mitigation for this neighborhood?
I think the best way to approach neighborhood-focused transportation. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm deaf, so louder the better.
Thank you, Supervisor. Some of the traditional ways to focus on neighborhoods where there are persistent traffic and pedestrian bike conflicts is to do a focus study. And in that type of a world, we would partner with DPW, we'd assess what's going on in the area, and then find out if it's really an existing street capacity and design issue that's a leftover from what we see as 1950s era, and then traffic generation and trips and use. So that 1950 layout might not have anticipated what we see now on the ground. And based on the analysis that we see with this traffic study, is that it wasn't contributing significantly to the level of creating and causing its own additional impact. Therefore, that means that the existing conditions should be evaluated. And there may be additional improvements in studies and operational programs that DPW and Land Use Services could identify together to improve those existing conditions.
I do not necessarily want to burden the developer with that, but that is the responsibility of the county. And so I will be working with Department of Public Works and Land Use Services to ensure that the circulation there, it's already bad as it is, needs to be improved without adding any additional housing stock. So that is something that I would personally like to see and will work with you on. And before I turn it over to my peers, County Council, can you please give us the background on the Housing Accountability Act and the legal constraints that we have to act with this appeal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the state has certainly got involved here in trying to promote the growth of housing in California. It's passed a series of laws in order to promote the development of housing within the state. This is a state law, applies throughout the state, and the Housing Affordability Act is one of those series of laws that the legislature has passed to promote housing. So in order to be able to deny this project, the board would have to find that there are specific public health and safety concerns or reasons to deny the project, and they would have to find in written findings that those particular concerns can't be mitigated under the circumstances. And those decisions have to be made based on the record that's before you as part of this project, and it has to be by a preponderance of the evidence. So you'd have to find, based on the record that you have, by a preponderance of the evidence, which is a little over 50%, that there are specific adverse health and safety impacts that cannot be mitigated. Otherwise, because as the chair noted, this project complies with the general plan, applies with the zoning, this project would have to be approved according to the state law.
I hope our residents are hearing that. So Supervisor Cook.
Yeah, I hear that and everything, and I know the road very well. Who's going to tell the military, and I'm a product of the military, hey, you got 50 trucks going through Joshua Tree this weekend. Does anyone get any notice like that? It can be very dangerous because of the size of that. If they're artillery and they're hauling that stuff, how is that mitigated or need it be mitigated? I personally view that as a hazard. Am I wrong?
On Altaloma.
Go ahead, tell me. My wife tells me I'm wrong all the time.
No, I wouldn't say you're wrong, Colonel Cook. I would say that the federal government certainly has certain superior rights and can preempt local and state laws that might be to the contrary. So I'm not sure that, I don't believe there's any kind of law that would require them to provide notice. But even if there was, the federal government very well may preempt it and decide not to provide the notice.
Oh, you don't want to jump in on this, huh? That's all right. I'll stick with my 2 Purple Hearts. That'll be
Supervisor
good.
Hagman.
No, thank you. And I appreciate everyone coming out today. It's, for those who came in person, it's a big distance for you. I get it. And I really do hear all the passion and to organize the community. And it's a interesting thing because even a year ago, it would have been a different situation. We would feel, we go one way or the other, what we feel like, or go back to developers, say, hey, we want these changes. What our county council has said are, the hands to get to the stage when you have zoning, when you have the general plan, the state's pushing down to all locals. And I can speak from being the president of SCAG, which is the southern counties, 6 counties, 192 cities. We weren't real happy with the way that the state's pushing down these new rules and restrictions. 1 million+ homes had to go in our SCAG region and go through it because they're worried about housing stock going forward. So it doesn't allow the locals to do a lot of things we used to be able to do and try to be in tune with really the character, I guess, of our communities. And that's really what's at heart here, is the character of Joshua Tree, that what made it special for you to come and be residents there. It's a balance all the time of trying to keep that character going forward, even in my communities that are more urbanized. I have one of my cities that's trying to retain its 100-year feel for agriculture and dairies and stuff, and now the society's moving in. There is no more cows there. They're all moved up in Central California or outside. So it's something we have to take all the time. We have to look at the evidence. I will also speak on behalf of the developer. I think compared to where it could have been impacted, the more homes and really push for something, there was an effort there to try to make it match. When I saw the county's presentation of the homes kind of lined up with the streets and stuff, I thought they did a pretty good job for what they had. It's not something you're used to because you're not used to developers moving in. You're used to having single family homes and families move in and build a structure at a time and build your community over the last 30 or 40 years. I think we're going to see more of that going forward. There's a lot more stops in this process. I think Mark was saying that, for the water, you have to have a will serve letter before you build anything. You have to have the sewer treatment. A lot more environmental things they have to go through on this. But this is the first step in that track of going forward. I didn't necessarily get the argument that it's fast-tracked. I heard that and a little bit of criticism of the county. From everyone's talking, even the testimony against it, this started like 4 or 5 years ago. So this is on the horizon for a long time. I think the chair brought up a good point. There's no reason not to try to do more than it's required to do notification. And I think we could do a better job of that, especially in this late in the day. And I think we'll address that as a board going forward. But I again, want to appreciate everyone's testimony on this. And it's an interesting talk. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Supervisor Baca?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I do appreciate everybody making the trip from Joshua Tree, and I appreciate your passion for your community, as each and every one of us here are passionate for our communities. And I know that each and every one of us make specific decisions sometimes for the best interest of our district, but there's times here on the dais we make decisions on what's in the best interest of the entire county of San Bernardino. Now, I had a question to our council in regards to the Housing Affordability Act. What could be potentially the repercussions of the county in the event that we were to deny this project based on state law?
Well, certainly the applicant could sue the county and say that the denial is improper. So that would be part of the review of the record here. And a court found that the denial was not supported by preponderance of the evidence of specific public health and safety issues that could not be mitigated, then the board's decision can be reversed.
Is it possible the Attorney General, we've seen the Attorney General take suit with cities like Huntington Beach for not approving housing?
It's definitely possible. The state and the Attorney General is looking closely at local governments across California and is filing lawsuits in situations where they feel like the local governments are the impediment to creating additional housing.
I appreciate council's response to that. And just along those lines, I know that the Attorney General has made a lawsuit here locally for one of our cities not having an adequate amount of affordable housing. So this is a key concern. So, Mr. Wardlaw, just in regards to Tom or the council's comments, are there anything based on the review and staff's review that showed anything for any public safety or health concerns in regards to this project?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. No, I appreciate that comments, and I appreciate the staff putting together a report and going through this thoroughly. And I know the developer put in a lot of work and a lot of concerns. I know that the chair brought up some concerns in regards to speeding and other issues, and I think those things can be addressed. But the one thing I just, want to point out is that, I think we have a duty to look out for the best interest of the county. I wouldn't want to see the county come back with a lawsuit or be sued. So that's one of the things I think we should take in consideration. And I just want to thank the staff for putting together a great report, the applicant for doing a great job, but also the residents. But, one of the things that the chair brought up and Supervisor Hagman brought up was the noticing. And we had some specific projects in the 5th District, earlier, a couple of years ago where people feel that they were not noticed properly. So I think we have to look potentially at a policy change at some point in time. I know it's not agendized now, but at some point in time, we should look at a policy change for noticing those in the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I close the public hearing, just one last thought to go on the record while I have my peers here. It takes money and investment to do circulation on streets, and I know oftentimes I feel like the 3rd District is the redheaded stepchild of the county because we are so remote, and I'm sure Paul feels the same way out in the 1st District. We have a lot of growth that has decided to come to the area, some of them visitors, some of them full-time residents, and the circulation along Yucca Trail where it turns into then Altaloma, starting with La Contenta and proceeding to the east to Park Avenue. We have 3 major intersections there that involve schools. We have an offset at Sunny Vista that should never have been created, and school crossing guards that are, it's really tragic for an elementary school to be located at that offset. I would hope that my peers would prioritize public safety through traffic circulation and looking at what we can do to create a safe traffic corridor for our visitors that want to go up to the national park that is up to the south. So that will be a priority for me moving forward with land use services as well as public works. So I just wanted to go on the record today while we have all 5 of us here on that subject. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. I will entertain a motion either for staff's recommendation to deny the appeal or otherwise.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hagman and a second from Supervisor Armendariz. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to confirm the motion is to deny the appeal or?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. With that, the motion to deny the appeal is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. Our next item on today's agenda is item number 73, which is a public hearing for the formation of CSA 70, Zone R15A. Oh, that was continued?
Yes. Public comment.
So do we need to take public comment on that item? No. Do we need a motion to continue it?
We do.
Do I need to?
Say it's off calendar.
It's off calendar.
Okay.
I don't need to move it then, right?
We do need a motion to
I'll
take
move
it
it.
off calendar.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hagman and a second from Vice Chair Baca. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, item number 73 is taken off calendar.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to our public comment for items not on today's agenda. We will begin with Steve Bardwell, who will be followed by Lillian Baltes. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Bring back the MAC. We spoke about there being a MAC in Bloomington. We wouldn't be spending this tremendous amount of time and effort that all of the land use staff, your supervisors, your staff, if we had been aware of this. And it's not just being informed of negative things that might be happening to the Morongo Basin, should we have the MAC back in place, but we'd also hear about positive things. The MAC is an important venue that is, I really encourage you to try to, let's get the MAC back. I think that'll help a lot, and we'll improve the situation. The other thing I'd like to just generally state is looking at all of the beautiful in this previous item about Lovemore Ranch, seeing all of these renderings, these nice renderings, that the 3D representation that was provided in Mark Wardlaw's PowerPoint, none of those matter. This development was not approved for what it looks like. There's no reason to say that couldn't be filled with lots with 35-foot high, bright silver buildings all over it. So I mean, relying on those is...
Bardwell, this is for items not on today's agenda, please.
Well, I understand, but just for future, for any future things, don't rely on renderings. If you're going to rely on renderings, then it needs to be a planned unit development consideration. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Lillian Baltes, followed by Janet Johnston.
Good afternoon. Madam Chairperson, Honorable Board of Directors, or Board of Supervisors, sorry. My name is Lillian Baltes. I'm the Executive Director for Heroes Warehouse. I'd like to introduce you to Martin Daly, Vietnam veteran, and also our Vice President for Heroes Warehouse. Heroes Warehouse is a 501c3 nonprofit that assists previously homeless veterans, families, and we provide free furniture and houseware goods at no cost to them. Since 2016, we've assisted more than 5,600 families in Southern California, the majority being right here in San Bernardino and Riverside County. Some of the complexes we've assisted: Loma Linda Veterans Village, Mars Air Force Base, Heritage Mission Inn, Oasis. We've helped Camp Pendleton. We've helped Bridges to Homes in Upland. We've helped Salvation Army, and the list goes on and on. We are 100% volunteer-based. We do not get paid. We have never received any funds from any federal, state, county, or city entity. We're asking for your assistance today to continue our mission of serving our most disadvantaged veteran families in your districts. Previously, Heroes Warehouse has been given free warehouse space from 2 separate donors. Recently, Frontier Communications, a donor, did not renew their warehouse lease. They actually carved out 7,000 square feet off Auto Center Drive. For us, for 4 years, we lost that lease. And so we are now in a building at 2,600 square foot, trying to manage, and we're paying $50,000 a year for that. We're asking your consideration in possibly helping us with donated warehouse space in San Bernardino so that we can continue our mission of serving those who served, making their house a home. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll have my staff connect with you to make sure that we get you in front of our Veterans Affairs Commission as well. Our next request is Janet Johnston, who will be followed by Garth Pizant.
Yeah, hi, this is Janet Johnston, resident of Joshua Tree. This is actually a question for County Council. I question the legitimacy of the Planning Commission based on basically the Voting Rights Act. The county is divided into 5 districts based on population. That makes sense on one level, but when you get to the Planning Commission level, that is about land use directly impacting the residents, and that is only based on the unincorporated areas. How can the Planning Commission be based on equal division of the overall population and not the population of the unincorporated areas? For example, District 3, the land that is under the direct responsibility to manage, not including marine bases, not including the national parks, is 1,855 square miles. Whereas, Mr. Hagman's district is only 4 square miles of unincorporated area. How can they each have an equivalent vote on the Planning Commission? This is a real valid question on very deep level in terms of representation, and I think it goes into the Civil Rights Voting Act. Is that what I'm calling? It's not just the square miles, it's also the communities. There's no single distinct community in Supervisor Hagman's district. It's unincorporated area, I believe, of Colton, city, and there's about maybe 12,000 population there. Whereas District 3, there's 73 or so distinct communities with community plan areas and over 100,000 people. How come there's equal representation on the Planning Commission when we should have, there's disequal representation on the Planning Commission for the population, the land square miles under the authority of that body? There's a real disconnect, and I think this needs to be explored in a legal fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Garth Pizant, who will be followed by Jane Hunt-Rubel.
California law, California criminal law. In civil law, John Doe versus John Doe, the fee waived petitioner has to pay for transcripts formerly provided by civil services from the taxes he pays. In criminal law, the district attorney versus John Doe is afforded transcripts provided by John Doe's taxes. John Doe criminal defendant is not provided transcripts until he is convicted, sentenced, and rotting in prison and still feed. He has limited resources to appeal his case and is practically on his own without an attorney. The initial appeals attorney does not investigate nor defend in the defendant's behalf. The attorney merely reads the complaint and transcripts, then gives his opinion using conflicting case law to discredit the defense, the very one whom the appeals attorney is supposed to attempt to release from prison. Investigator Chet Willer of the public defender and appeals attorney Barbara A. Smith of 8359 Elk Grove, Florin Road, Suite 103 through 105, Sacramento, California, must go. All relative authorities must openly acknowledge Jehovah God and Jesus Christ. These authorities include governing officials such as kings, judges, and officers of the law, including attorneys. If you do not, you also may be wiped away from the surface of the earth. While Jesus resided on earth in the flesh, it was you whom led the people to reject Jesus and your God Jehovah, applying the people's constitutions without the divine law. Bow down before it is too late, for you are again rejecting the anointed and God presently. The sub-anointed has spoken, now I must provide the token. Why Jehovah has approved me as future king of the earth. I have climbed Mount Everest and have fallen and bounced back. I have perched on Mount Kilimanjaro, it erupted, and I've held it intact. I have swam 60,000 knots faster than Noah's Ark and have completed 23 consecutive hook shots, eclipsing metal art. I'm a bad man.
Jane Hunt-Rubel, followed by Stephen Rogers.
Good afternoon, board members. Finally, we get public comment. Anyway, I got a letter from Pete Aguilar the other day because I've been phoning like crazy his office back in Washington, D.C., pertaining to the national parks, amongst other things, and all his appointees to various positions. But this is affecting also our county because didn't know this was up for, considering a Joshua Tree today. But it's appropriate because there's been cuts to the National Park Service, and it's going to affect our county too. And it's really a shame that politicians aren't calling closer attention to this, and I'm hoping that back in DC, that something will change. But I also, after listening to these poor people from Joshua Tree, and of course you guys approved it, denied it, I feel sorry for them because another person we got to watch out for, not only the feds, what's going on in the federal government, but our state government. I've come to you before about this project, about the state dictating, basically taking away our land use issues and leaving it up to the state to mandate everything. And it's destroying my community of Muscoy, which is unincorporated. And I'm gradually watching it go down because of these crazy things that goes on, like the ADUs. It's becoming unlivable out there now. You know, we got more cars and more people running stop signs, you know, and it's just, I'd like to sue the state somehow. I don't know how come cities and the counties cannot put an end to the dictators up there telling us how to run our land use. They just go, everything here is, you know, our community is sacred to me too, just like Joshua Tree. And I got kind of upset when one of the people from Joshua Tree said something about San Bernardino was, you know, I take offense to that because we're unincorporated. We might not have a beautiful, we're right next to the wash area and we got
30
the sage
seconds
habitat.
remaining.
So I just want to make it clear that we got to start, you know, standing up to the state about this because it's ruining our county and it's a beautiful county. And I hope you fight for our open spaces here too in the national parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. The last request to speak that I have is from Stephen Rogers.
Honorable Chair Rao, Board of Supervisors Steve Rogers Redlands. I wanted to come and speak today about, I attended the April 2nd SPCTA meeting and made public comments regarding the federally funded projects that are the big projects that have been done in San Bernardino County, and those two are Redlands Passenger Rail and the I-10 widening project, which the widening project is the one that I want to speak about the most today, and that is from County Line Road to Milliken with 2 toll lanes known as express lanes, and that's what is the first phase of this project, the I-10 widening. And I spoke at the meeting, and subsequent to that, there is an article that's been written, and I would encourage the board to read this article dated April 4, 2025, entitled "Wolf Era at County Transportation Agency Ends." And it's in the San Bernardino County Sentinel. Basically, if you read that article, it brings up a lot of the concerns that I raised yesterday at the meeting, that SPCTA, formerly known as Sandbag, did not follow the rule of law in approving of the environmental clearance documents. And in the case of the I-10 freeway widening, transformed the Measure I voter-approved HOV project between Milliken and Ford in Redlands to an express lane project without any public hearings, in violation of CEQA, NEPA, and NEPA environmental laws. I mean, that seems like, I know this is a different agency than the county, but those are some of the same things that I constantly hear about projects being approved by this county. The phase 1 of the
30
project
seconds remaining.
recently opened there in Ontario on the west side of the county, and it's 2 toll lanes that nobody really understands until it opened. And here just last week, I regularly used to use that freeway all the time, and basically it's turned into a parking lot with this toll lane project opening up. And
That's time.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. You are our last request to speak. This meeting is adjourned. Our next Board of Supervisors meeting will be here in chambers at 10 a.m. on April 29. Thank you all.